Catharines. It's City Council. Every once in a while, you just want to hit that leave meeting button. And you're just like, I'm done. I'm not gonna stay here. Councillor Miller is counting down 364 days to the Bills in the Super Bowl.
Evening, everyone.
Evening, Councillor Townsend. The odds came out of Vegas. The top two teams that they predict for the Super Bowl will either be KC or Buffalo. So Buffalo's now in the mix.
Again?
That's what they said. Top two picks for the Super Bowl next year.
Okay, we are
We like our
live.
chances, yeah.
All right, we are live. All right. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of council for Monday, February 14th. A happy Valentine's Day to everybody out there who's watching this council meeting. And we're together, the 12 councillors plus the mayor and staff have chosen this day as the day that we want to spend some time together and talk about city things that are going on. That's how much love we have for our community, that we're meeting on Valentine's Day. No, not as a council on Valentine's Day, for our city. Anyway, I'll turn it over to the council coordinator, Evan McGinty. He will do O Canada, and it'll be followed by Councillor Porter, who will be reading the land acknowledgement as deputy mayor. So, council coordinator McGinty, take us away.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Yep, over to you, Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much. I wish to begin by acknowledging that we are settlers on the land on which we gather here today. This land has been the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples for thousands of years, and many of them continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. The acknowledgement of our relationship as settlers on this land reminds us that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people, and it reminds us of our responsibilities to live in community under the Two-Row Wampum Agreement. Land acknowledgements on their own are not reconciliation, because reconciliation is about economic equality, access to land, justice, and all of the things in the 94 calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. Reconciliation requires action. This land acknowledgement is a reminder for me of my personal and our collective responsibility towards reconciliation and to take stock of my actions and relationships.
Thank you, Councillor Porter, as Deputy Mayor for the month of February. I just got a brief mayor's report. We have announced today by the Premier that on February 17th, there will be some early restrictions lifted. This includes capacity limits lifted at gyms and restaurants. More info is to come about city facilities, and this removes the cap on our recreation facilities and community centers, as well as large events. The Meridian Center and the concert venues and theaters, including the First Ontario Performing Arts Center, are going to be capped at 50% capacity now. On March 1st, they intend to eliminate capacity restrictions for all indoor settings, lift the proof of vaccination. Booster eligibility has been expanded to the 12 to 17 years of age cohort, 6 months after their last dose as of February 18th. You can book appointments through the provincial portal if eligible. And so what this does show us is that all the efforts that we have been making to date as a community have started to see the numbers in our community going in the right direction across the province of Ontario. The pressure on the healthcare system, while it is still at a very high level, you're starting to see reduced numbers both presenting at the hospital, but also in the ICU. Here locally in our hospitals, the ICUs are still at capacity. So it's not like we can let our guard down. These restrictions are lifting of restrictions in the next couple of days and then into March are the steps in which we can get to as we continue through this later stages of what hopefully will be the end of a pandemic and entering into a stage of endemic where we're going to be learning to live with COVID-19 and what it means to us as individuals and our community. That being said, I'm going to turn it over to our CAO, David Oakes, as he can provide more detail about what it means from the city's perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't go into the details. You offered the February 17th increase in capacities and March 1st going to full capacity limits. There are a few things, and we're going to be bringing a report to council on the February 28th agenda. There's some direction we'll be looking for from council. We're still waiting to see the actual regulations come from the province with regards in particular to the proof of vaccination and some of the elements that will come forward to city facilities. So over the next several weeks, we're going to continue to work through our MECG emergency control group planning for the reopening. This is something that we've been talking about for the last several months. And as we start to move forward, we're balancing the health and safety of our employees, the health and safety with the public, coupled to the regulations that the province is bringing forward. So we don't have a lot of details tonight to speak to, but like I said, we will bring a report to the next council meeting. In addition to that, we are still working through, we just supplied some information to the province through the federal or the provincial budget submission, and we're looking to do a federal submission as well to continue to advocate for our additional provincial and federal supports to help offset some of the costs that we've been incurring to work through the various public health protocols that we've been putting in place across all of our facilities, including transit and the library and all of our other ancillary facilities as well. So we're cautiously optimistic that the numbers will get us to a point where we can remove these restrictions and get to endemic level. Our staff has been committed, again, just to applaud all of our employees for the work they've been doing over the last several years. And I think we are starting to see that light at the end of the tunnel. And we're hoping that the report on the 28th will be able to have a bit more insight into all of our facilities with more specifics to how the regulations will impact both operations at the city and into the broader community. So I will leave it at that, Mr. Mayor, and turn it back to you.
Thank you, CAO Oakes. And just a reminder to council, we will be going to hybrid as of February 28th. So we'll be going to a hybrid council, which means some will be in person, some will continue to be in the virtual format. So that's a good step that we had already planned to take as well. So these are the examples of where we're going as a community and where we're going as a council. Looking forward to the day that we'll be back in person with council and staff as well. Because of that, we're missing a lot of that opportunity to be together during council and have discussions with staff. I also want to say thank you to the Canadian Federation, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the Canadian government for supporting assets into asset management planning. The city's going to get $50,000 to be used to support additional investments and initiatives into climate change adaptation through the city's asset management plan. Important investment given reality of climate change and the risk and impacts we've already seen through the high water levels on Lake Ontario and increased severe water. This is an important opportunity for us to start to build into our asset management plan what's going to happen when it comes to climate mitigation. So part of our climate adaptation plan, and the FCM and the federal government is helping with this as well. Also want to say that we have Family Day coming up next Monday, and throughout the weekend, there's going to be Family Day activities. Of course, they'll be done with full protocols of public health. Reservations are required. So check out the city's website. There's a lot of great information there for families looking to do something on Family Day weekend. Also, the nominations are open. They'll be closed February 28th for the volunteer nominations. So we're looking for people in our community to nominate people that they would like to be recognized for their time that they've given of our community. This is a great year to do that. There are so many people who have given in their neighborhoods, given to different causes in our community, and we can highlight them through the Volunteer of the Year Awards program. So nominations closed. Go to the website for all the information. City's accepting applications for community gardens. So there's a lot more community gardens being built in our city. City's application is online. It closes March 11th. So we want to make sure that we get as many community gardens in place as possible. Today is Red Dress Day, and you may have noticed the red dress that's been hanging out front of City Hall. It's also there's been red dresses hanging across our community and also in windows while driving through St. Catharines. This is part of the Red Dress Project to support and create awareness for murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. This is organized around February 14th, and it's in solidarity with the annual Women's Memorial March that began in Vancouver in 1991. I'm proud that City Hall is part of this effort. With local impact of the recent discovery of Ashley Simpson from St. Catharines in BC, this is something that we want to assist with and be a part of moving forward. A special thank you to Fallon Farinacci for hanging the dress and offering leadership and direction as a survivor and advocate of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. City of St. Catharines stands with the Indigenous community, and we will walk with you to enact change and speak against hate, racism, and colonialism. There's much more work to do, but together we can make the change that is so desperately needed. As well as today is Valentine's Day, we can spread the love with Love STC. So opportunity for visiting our different places where you want to show some love, use the hashtag spread the love STC and visit lovestc.ca so you can support local business here in our community. We have Coldest Night of the Year coming up on February 26th, and it's a virtual walk. You could do it in your neighborhood. Sign up at Coldest Night of the Year, CNOY.org. All the proceeds go to Start Me Up Niagara here in our community. As well, competing this upcoming weekend, Kirsten Moore Towers will be competing for Canada this weekend. Tune in Friday for the short program and Saturday's free skate. Good luck to her and her partner, Michael, and St. Catharines and Canada will be cheering for you. And that is about it. So I'll turn it back over to the clerk. We've got the adoption of the agenda. There's a number of amendments that have been added to the agenda over the last little while. The clerk will go through it, and then we'll ask for a mover and a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening's changes to your agenda. The following are amendments. You have Schedule 1 of Appendix 1 in item 7.1. The 2022 water and wastewater budget and associated rates is being amended to reflect a change in the billing cycle from quarterly to bi-monthly. Staff will circulate an updated copy of Schedule 1 to Council for the reference purposes. You have in Sugar Sink folder this evening, you have 3 confidential memorandums from myself to fill vacancies, one on the Advisory Committee on Older Adults, Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, and I believe 3 for Equity and Inclusion Advisory Committee. You have a memorandum from the Budget Specialist regarding Audit and Accountability Fund, Intake 3. You have a memorandum from the Director of Planning and Building Services regarding additional correspondence for item 7.2, which is the application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw 2013-283, subject lands 33 Rockwood Avenue. You have correspondence from Ann Tassoni, item 9.1, Port Dalhousie Stairs, memorandum from Director of Planning and Building Services regarding additional correspondence for item 7.3, Cannabis Operations Study, City Initiated Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment. Finally, correspondence from Aaron Reesing and Kaylin Holmes regarding item 6.1, community gardens on city-owned land policy insurance update. And that's it for this evening.
The agenda is moved by Deputy Mayor Porter and is seconded by Councillor Harris. Any changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you for that. And adoption of the minutes. So we do have minutes from January 31st, 2022. Mover and seconder, Councillor Sorrento, seconded by Councillor Phillips. Any errors or omissions on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. Conflict of interest, Councillor Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have a conflict on item 7.3 due to the fact my son is employed by the Alcohol and Gaming Commission, and that might have something to do with licensing down the road in this regard. So unfortunately, I'll have to declare a conflict on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. And any other conflicts being noted tonight? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to the consent agenda. And at this point in time, nothing's been pulled from consent. So I need a mover and a seconder for the consent agenda. Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Garcia. And I'll turn it over to the clerk to go through the roll call of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Tonight's consent agenda: community recreation and culture services, business planning and strategic services, community gardens on city-owned land policy insurance update, and 6.2 legal and clerk services, office of the city clerk, council correspondence. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
I just want to give a special thank you to Director Christie and his team for the insurance update around city-owned land policy. This has been a bit of a hurdle for a lot of the community organizations, those who are doing community gardens, plus those who are doing community rinks as well. So they found a way to move forward that'll unencumber some of these issues. And I just want to acknowledge the work that they've done into that. So on behalf of council, thank you to the staff for that. We're now going into what will be the, it looks like we've got a couple of presentations, obviously, that we have coming up. So in light of the presentations, council chambers and all municipalities in our country represent the seat of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and seek opinions into very complex issues. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, and the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. This is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another, question one another, but that we do so with the understanding that it never undermines any person's abilities or their dignity in our chambers. And so with that, we do have a number of delegations and a number of presentations. The first one is a public meeting. And this is the public meeting on the published 2022 water wastewater budget and associated rates. This was published for the public input, and tonight is the public meeting. We're going to have a staff presentation that will then ask for members of the public who wish to speak on this to come forward. And then the public meeting will be disclosed, and then we will have a discussion of council. So we will start with the presentation by staff. Welcome, Mr. Martuccio, our Director Martuccio. We have Manager Chen, Lucia Chen, and as well as, am I missing? Director Smith. Sorry, Director Smith has also been joining. So I'm going to turn it over to the three staff to take you through the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, citizens, and senior staff. This evening, we will be presenting the city's 2022 proposed water and wastewater budget for your consideration. The full budget document has been provided in your package and is also available on the city's website. Within the region of Niagara, the supply and distribution of drinking water to the end user is a shared responsibility between the region and the city of St. Catharines. The region is responsible for the treatment and bulk distribution of water through the regional trunk mains, where the city then distributes it to the end users at their property lines. Next slide. The responsibility for wastewater is similar to that of water, except in reverse, where the city takes wastewater at the property line, delivers it to the regional trunk sewer, where it is then delivered to the wastewater treatment plant before being released back to the environment. The replacement value of all the city's assets is just over $5.7 billion. The city's water main and sanitary sewers make up 51% of all our assets, with a replacement value of approximately $2.9 billion. 2022 is the third year that the water main and sanitary sewer improvements were approved by council as part of the capital budget, which was approved on November 29th, 2021. The 2022 capital budget includes an allocation of $11 million of water main and sanitary sewer capital works, of which $6.1 million is funded from the water wastewater rates. Next slide. It is well documented that the cost of construction has been steadily increasing over the last few years, and especially true when it comes to the cost of constructing underground services. On this chart, you will see that between 2008 and 2014, the cost per meter of pipe installed was mostly in the range of $400 to $800. Today, those costs have escalated to the range of $1,000 to $2,000 per meter. As a result, if budgets are maintained at similar levels to previous years, fewer underground assets will be renewed on an annual basis, which will result in an increase in our infrastructure deficit. I will now pass things over to our Director of Municipal Works, Daryl Smith.
Thank you, Anthony. For most of our assets, the condition of the asset can be determined through visual inspection or condition assessments. For water mains, we rely on annual break rates or service disruption rates and colored water complaints. We also use available fire flow, age, and material type as key identifiers for determining asset renewal projects. In 2021, there were 93 recorded water main breaks, but that's only part of the story. In addition to the breaks, municipal works staff also respond to a similar number of private water connections, and over and above that, various valve issues throughout the city. As you can see in the map, the breaks are distributed across the city and not concentrated in one part. Next slide, please. Historical trends have demonstrated that increased funding levels for asset renewal of water infrastructure has generally resulted in less water main breaks and service disruptions. More recently, it has illustrated that maintaining the funding levels consistent year after year has resulted in an increase in water main breaks, since increasing construction costs provides for a smaller percentage of the assets getting replaced each year. Next slide, please. Council approved the Corporate Climate Adaptation Plan in 2021, and it identified several future climate impacts, including hotter and drier summers, which can increase stress on trees and plants and may lead to increased water demand. Heavy precipitation events put additional strain on wastewater systems and may lead to damage both to the environment and the property through flooding, as well as higher maintenance costs. One of the actions coming out of the adaptation plan was to incorporate climate change into the asset management plan, and work is underway to better understand projected local climate impacts, specifically on the water wastewater systems, in order to better manage them and increase the resilience of this infrastructure in the future. It is the intent that this work will lay the foundation to expand into other asset classes in the future. Next slide, please. Okay. Operationally, there are two main challenges our systems face. On the wastewater side, it is infiltration, which allows clean water to enter the sewer, and this reduces capacity, increases treatment cost, and contributes to basement flooding. On the water distribution system, it's water loss from main breaks, broken valves, and fire response, just to name a few. To maximize the efficiency of our systems, minimize treatment costs, and extend the useful life of our assets, we need to develop a robust proactive maintenance plan. And we are working to bring that to council in the second quarter of 2022, as it relates to the asset management plan that was approved. I'll now turn it over to Lucia Chen, the Manager of Budget and Procurement.
Thank you very much, Daryl. In 2019, both the City Council and Niagara Regional Council approved their 10-year water and wastewater financial plans as required under the Safe Drinking Water Act, the SDWA. In order to mitigate the immediate physical impact of COVID-19, for the second year in a row, the city has reduced its planned investments in the water, sanitary sewer, and pollution control projects for the 2022 budget and 4-year forecast. For 2021 budget, the region deviated from their 10-year financial plan and deferred their request for a 5.15% annual increase. For 2022 budget, the region resumed the annual increase of 5.15% in accordance with the SDWA financial plan. Summarized on this slide are the 2022 water and wastewater expenditures budget. Let's look at the two smaller pie charts at the top first. The total expenditure for wastewater budget are greater than the water budget. It is largely due to the regional cost. The region costs are 48% of the total water budget, 77% of the wastewater budget, and 64% of the city's combined water and wastewater budget. The region cost for 2022 has increased by 4.4%, and the city expenses have increased by 1.6%. There are more budget details available in the report and associate appendix. City staff regularly analyze the actual volume of water purchases based on the 3 separate seasons of the year. This graph on the screen shows the average monthly purchases during each of these seasons in the past 20 years. All of the 3 lines generally show declining consumption over the time period, except for the summer of 2016, 2018, and 2020. The most volatile line of the 3 is the blue one on the top, which represents the summer months of June through September. A decline was experienced in 2019 and 2021. The 2021 year saw a year of decrease in consumption due to numerous severe rain and thunderstorms throughout the summer month. Overall, the summer consumption is still higher than the other seasons. The winter and shoulder seasons show consumption patterns that move consistently together with the trend we see in recent years. Reviewing these trends, staff are of the opinion that city purchases will be approximately 14.5 million cubic meters in 2022, which is in line with the 3-year average and higher than the 2021 actual purchase amount. Switching to consumption by customer type. In recent years, we see the lead consumption sector changing from ICI to residential customers. The 2020 year saw a significant increase in residential consumption over ICI. This could be attributed to a large portion of the population working from home during the global pandemic. This trend continued into 2021 as the pandemic went on, and it is expected to continue to affect the 2022 consumption levels. So how is all of this impacting the water and wastewater rates in 2022? The city's current water and wastewater rate structure is a combination of fixed and volumetric charges. The fixed portion is calculated to recover the costs of the water main and sewer replacement program budgets. The remainder of the costs are recovered through the volumetric portion. In 2022, the average customer will pay an annual amount of $943.07 for an annual increase of $53.24, or an increase of 5.98% for the average household based on the usage of 170 cubic meters per year. This rate increase will take effect on March 1st, 2022. Based on the region's 2022 water and wastewater budget increases, the city's proposed increase for 2022 is consistent. Now, looking at the 2022 water and wastewater rates in a different way. Residents can go to the grocery store and purchase a case of water for $2.97. With the proposed 2022 rates for 85 cents less, residents can not only drink the same amount of water, but they can take a shower, do a load of laundry, do a load of dishes, and bathe the children. Looking now at how the city's 2022 average water bill measures up with our municipal comparators. The rates displayed on the screen are the most current rates, including approved 2022 rates if available. As you can see, City of St. Catharines' proposed 2022 rates is below the average of all the municipal comparators of $980 per year. Switching to how the city's water and wastewater bills compare across our region. Again, the most current rates are displayed on the screen. Rates have been steadily increasing in majority of the municipalities in the region for the last number of years. If we look at the green bar towards the bottom of the chart, with the recommended rates for 2022, St. Catharines ratepayers on average pay the lowest water and wastewater rates compared to the other lower tier municipalities in Niagara. There is within $1 difference to the lowest rate in town of Pelham.
Hey, Justin, I'm in council.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Happy Valentine's Day, though.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later then.
All right, bye.
When we compare the city's water and wastewater costs to other household expenses, the 2022 water and wastewater rates are one of the lowest household expenses in comparison to other utility and household costs. Starting in December 2021, the City of St. Catharines began to issue water bills bi-monthly. Previously, water was billed 3 times a year following a 4-month billing cycle. The implementation of automated meter reading has allowed the city to adjust the frequency of billing water accounts to provide a number of benefits to our customers, including allowing customers to adjust their water usage habits if they feel they're using too much water, allowing customers to detect any water leaks in their household plumbing sooner, and also to provide consistency to assist monthly home budgets for our ratepayers as they will see less fluctuation on their water bills, especially after the heavy usage periods. We have seen a significant increase of uptake for e-billing. Currently, there are total 7,147 ratepayers who have registered for e-billing here at the city. This is an increase of 350% from 2020. E-billing is the most environment friendly and the fastest option to receive our water bills. City staff encourage our residents to sign up for water e-billing at www.stcatharines.ca/e-billing. Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation tonight. Thank you.
All right. Manager Chen, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Director Martuccio and Director Smith. And Councillor Garcia has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the great presentation. Through you to Ms. Chen. I was surprised at that huge increase in e-billing. To what do you attribute that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. During COVID, we have encouraged residents to use our e-billing, and since 2020 was the first year that we started with the e-billing platform, and we continue to have reference on the city's website and on our water bills that residents can sign up for e-billing. So I think it's a combination of the pandemic and the city encouraging residents to use the e-billing, and it also helps save the environment.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go any further, I just got to do one thing. We got to close the public meeting. So there are no speakers who have registered to speak for the public meeting. So I would like a motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Kushner. All in favor of closing the public meeting? Okay, the public meeting is now closed. We've had the presentation from the staff. We have now a questions of staff. Councillor Sorrento, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Douglas in a moment. And I just want to say this, Mr. Mayor, that was quite a comparison by Manager Chen for $2.12, you know, showering, washing, gardening. That's pretty amazing. That's for sure. So my question, Mr. Mayor, to Director Douglas is this. I know that we have a number of different funding sources, Director, and I believe that there are one of two, which formerly was the gas tax funding, and I think now it's called the community something or other. Can you just speak to that and just tell us how much was given to the city from that funding, please, and thank you, and that'll be my only question.
Through the mayor to the councillor, with regards to the federal gas tax, which is now the Canadian Community Building Fund, the city did receive an increase of that, a doubling of that in the 2021 year, and we utilized that increase as part of a capital funding program. And to support the water and wastewater capital program, there was approximately 2.35 million that was utilized of that funding in the capital projects for the water and wastewater program in 2022.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we look at the comparisons, as a city, we do extremely well, but there are a couple cities that are lower than we are. Waterloo, for example. Why would that be the case?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not overly, I'm not sure I can do this answer justice. However, the water and wastewater rates are wastewater and rates. We're in a two-tier system similar to the region of Waterloo. When it comes to water and wastewater billings in a two-tier system, we both share the costs of the program. I don't have exact details on the water and wastewater billing structure for the region of Waterloo. It could be they have a different structure than what we have here in the city, and that could lead to reasons for a lower rate. There's also age of our infrastructure that can have a significant impact on your water and wastewater billing structure with regards to the amount that you need to invest in your capital as well.
Okay, and as a generalization, is there any difference between one-tier and two-tier systems?
Through the mayor to the councillor, if we look at the slide that we showed the municipal comparators, and I would say that when you look at the single tier municipalities, there are actually a couple of the single tiers who actually have the highest rates on there, but there are also some that have lower rates. So I would say in these particular group of comparators, there isn't a significant difference, or wouldn't be a necessarily determining factor of your annual residential water bills, whether you're a single or a lower tier. I think, you know, when it comes to water and wastewater rates, a lot depends on your rate structure, as well as the age of your infrastructure, and also the amount of potential funding that you get from other levels of government to support your infrastructure as well.
Thank you. And I would assume one of the disadvantages we have is we're a very large geographic area compared to many of the other areas. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Phillips.
To Director Douglas, in switching from the 4-month pay schedule to the 2-month pay schedule, that some residents may not realize that that is going to be in place. For whatever reason, they might be late paying their first installment because or how are you going to handle that? Is there going to be a little bit of leeway given to residents if they end up paying late for the first time? Because I can see this being a bit of a problem and creating some phone calls from council if all of a sudden there's a penalty for late payment.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we have started that transition process. We started it with in the month of December, and we have had some inquiries from residents, and we have been working with residents if they are experiencing an issue. I think the biggest challenge was when we moved from the 4-month billing to the 2-month billing, but we are pretty much through that transition period now, and the residents will now be receiving their water billing every 2 months. But we have worked with the residents if they have experienced any problem during this transition from the 4 to the 2-month billing period.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Phillips. And just a quick recap to Manager Chen in terms of it's a blended rate that you had shown on the screen, the blended rate of 5.98? That's on the screen.
Through the mayor, is 5.98% increase.
So that's a blended rate between the region's contribution and the city's contribution.
Through the mayor, that's correct.
So important point for us to make is that our increase here in the city of St. Catharines is about 1.6.
1.6 for the city, yes.
And then the region, the remainder is the region. So again, and I'm not about two-tier and it's not about, saying who's paying more, but it does show that here at the city of St. Catharines, we're managing what we can within the resources that we have at 1.6. The region is 4.4. They're doing what they can to manage their costs. But when we're talking to our residents here in the city of St. Catharines, what we're responsible for is that 1.6 that you're looking at. And that's a very effective rate that we're able to pass on for our ratepayers today, considering the costs that have been incurred. I think that's a very favorable rate of increase. So just want to put some context into that. If you're asked publicly, this is a blended rate between the region and the city. Okay, so now I need a motion. If we can have this, we have the motion on the screen to approve the 2022 water wastewater budget and associated rates, and that the water and wastewater rates are effective for billing periods ending on or after March 1st, 2022. So I've got a mover. Councillor Kushner is moving this. Councillor McPherson is seconding it. And I'll turn it over to the clerk because this is a budget item.
For you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you to staff for carrying us through this, and also to the budget committee for working on this previously. We're now move on to 7.2 planning and building services. This is about an application to amend official plan and zoning bylaw 213-283 subject lands 33 Rockwood Avenue. Purpose of the public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available to the public to understand the proposed amendments of the official plan and zoning bylaw, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input for council's decision. So what is going to happen is that planning and building staff have had an open house and they prepared a report. The meeting will proceed as follows. Natasha McDonald, Planner 1, Planning and Building Services, will explain the proposal. Members of the public were provided with options to submit written correspondence, or they were able to delegate in front of us. The public will have an opportunity to speak. And we do have a speaker speaking today. Marissa Coote will be speaking after Natasha McDonald. And then the consultant from Upper Canada Consultants will be presenting. then staff will respond to any questions. And then we will have the owners of 33 Rockwood, Stephen and Stephanie Fisher. They are in attendance to answer questions if need be, but only if required. Then the public meeting will be closed, and then we'll have a vote on this one. So I'm going to turn it over now to Ms. McDonald, and she'll take us through the presentation. Welcome to council, Ms. McDonald. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Senzik. So hello, everyone, and thank you for joining the public meeting for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications for 33 Rockwood Avenue. My name is Natasha McDonald, Planner 1 with the City of St. Catharines, and I have been working on this file since it was submitted last year. The purpose of this application for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is to permit a 3-story apartment building with 35 residential units and 45 parking spaces at the vacant subject lands. The subject property is a through lot, which fronts onto Rockwood Avenue to the south and Admiral Road to the north. This property has undergone consolidation over the last couple of years to include the former Millbank Street Road allowance, as well as rear portions of 31 Rockwood Avenue and 26 Admiral Road. Here we can see the vacant subject lands from Rockwood Avenue. And here's the view of the subject lands from Admiral Road. To the north is a fenced-in schoolyard for Ferndale Public School and the rear yards of detached dwellings that front onto Admiral Road. The proposed parking area would abut the dwellings shown on the right here. To the east are detached dwellings along Admiral Road and a 2-story apartment building on Rockwood Avenue. The dwellings on the left would be next to the proposed drive aisle, and the apartment building on the right would be next to the proposed building. To the south are detached dwellings across the road along Rockwood Avenue. And to the west are detached dwellings along Admiral Road and Rockwood Avenue, as well as the rear yards of detached dwellings that front onto Ferndale Avenue. The dwellings to the top left would be next to the proposed drive aisle. The dwellings to the top right would abut the proposed parking area, and the dwellings to the bottom would be next to the proposed building. Here's the proposed site plan for the development, which shows the building footprint, parking areas, vehicle access from Admiral Road, and pedestrian access from the Rockwood Avenue front entrance. The next slide will also show the site's landscaping. So here is the landscape plan for the development, which includes landscape buffers, setbacks, trees, and shrub plantings throughout the site. Shown here are the proposed south and north facing elevations of the building. The north elevations facing Admiral Road will be set back quite a bit to accommodate the drive aisle and parking area. Now, the next few slides are a summary of the staff recommendation report for these applications. For further detail, viewers can review the full report, which is publicly available with this meeting's agenda. So staff have reviewed this application against provincial land use plans and policies, being the provincial policy statement and growth plan, and found that the applications are consistent with provincial policy. Staff have also reviewed the applications against regional land use policy, or being the Niagara Regional Official Plan, and found that the applications are in keeping with regional policy. And now we're moving on to the city's land use policy, being their official plan or Garden City Plan, which designates most of the subject land's neighborhood residential on Schedule D1. As shown, the former Millbank Street Road allowance is not currently designated under the city's official plan. Therefore, it is proposed to designate the former Millbank Street Road allowance to neighborhood residential in order to match with the rest of the subject property. Subject lands are further designated low density residential on Schedule E9 of the Garden City Plan. And it's proposed to redesignate the lands to medium density residential, which would permit the proposed use of an apartment building with a density of 90 units per hectare. Staff have reviewed the application against Section 16.1 of the Garden City Plan, which has the principal policies for evaluating official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. Staff have found that the applications meet city policy. In terms of zoning, the subject lands are currently zoned low density residential, traditional neighborhood, or R2 in the city zoning bylaw. And through the zoning bylaw amendment, the proposed zoning is medium density residential, or R3, with a special provision 166. This would also permit the proposed use of an apartment building. Special Provision 166 will grant site-specific zoning regulations to the property. This includes reductions to interior side yard setbacks, setbacks from Rockwood Avenue, location-specific reduced landscape buffers, and an increase in parking area coverage. This also limits the height of the apartment building to 13 meters, which would lock in the proposed minimum setbacks for the development. Shown here are some of the site-specific items mentioned. So highlighted in peach are the interior side yard setbacks with a reduced setback along the east lot line from 6.4 meters to 3.9. And the specific setbacks A and B along the west lot line are proposed to be reduced from 6.4 meters to 3.5 and 4.2 respectively. In green are the locations for reduced landscape buffers. So along the drive aisle at Admiral Road, the landscape buffers are reduced from 3 meters to 2.1 and 1.5 meters. And there's also a pinch point of 1.5 meters between the parking area and abutting 31 Rockwood Avenue. Finally, in blue is the reduced rear yard setbacks with various setbacks given the building's design and angle of Rockwood Avenue. Although Rockwood Avenue will function as the front yard, the zoning bylaw defines this as the rear yard, which requires a setback be the same as the height of the 12.8 meter building. Proposed setbacks C to F range from 3 meters to 12.1 meters. The applications were circulated to all appropriate city departments and external agencies, and no objections were received. And also a concurrent site plan application has been submitted to the city and is in the process of being reviewed by city staff and external agencies. A public open house was held on September 15th, 2021, where 3 individuals participated. The city received a total of 9 comments from members of the public, which were included in the recommendation report to council. Comments and questions received were regarding the proposed use and density, proposed height and potential impacts to privacy, landscaping buffers and plantings, parking capacity and traffic impacts, infrastructure capacity, and whether the development would include affordable housing units. To speak to a few of these items, staff have reviewed the technical report submitted with the applications and deemed that the existing municipal services and road network could accommodate this development. Also, the proposal exceeds the minimum number of required parking by 1 space. Although the site is currently designated low-density residential in accordance with provincial, regional, and local policies, the consolidated lands have been evaluated to be suitable for medium-density residential use. Through discussions with staff and during site plan control, the proposal has been designed in a manner to best fit into the surrounding area while also contributing to providing a mix of housing options for residents within the city. Regarding building height and privacy, although the proposed building height of 12.8 meters is higher than abutting properties, there are privacy mitigation measures in place to address these concerns. Measures such as landscape buffers and setbacks, tree plantings, and fencing along the lot lines. In conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that council approve the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. The proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan and regional official plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McDonald. And now we're going to turn it over to, we have one delegation, and Ms. Marissa Coote. I welcome her to council.
Hello, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Over to you.
My name is Marissa. I'm a homeowner on Admiral Road. We purchased our property here about 7 years ago. We have spoken to some of our neighbors and people in the area about the proposed building, and we've come up with a couple of issues that we see, and I know that you had spoken to some of those. Part of that is being the infrastructure. We notice every year, every student, everything starts to kind of melt down, that all of our backyards flood out. The schoolyard floods out. It's currently being used as an ice rink for the kids. So that comes to where's all this water going to go? How we're going to get that sewer infrastructure taken care of so that 35 units on the property wouldn't hurt us any more than it already is. My neighbor actually has to suck out the water from behind his pool liner because the water is so high in the backyards. So that's one of the issues that we've come up with. Obviously, the privacy, being a 3-story building, peering into the backyards of all single-family homes. So that's kind of an issue as well as the parking on the unit. They're saying that's going to be 35 units. And let's be honest, in 2022, we know that most households have more than one vehicle in the driveway. So if, out of these 35 units, if more than 10 units have any visitors or a second vehicle, parking will have to start happening on the street, which is already kind of built up. We noticed that there's quite a lot of traffic going up and down Admiral Road with having the school right there and having kids running around. It's definitely a concern we have with having more people up and down the street and with having more parking and kind of blind spots along the street for those kids. So those are my 3 kind of points that I wanted to throw out there, and they have been talked about. I know that they've been brought up, those problems have been brought up, and as much as you guys say that the infrastructure is good and everything's good, our backyard's flooding out, the schoolyard flooding out is very clear that it's there. Anybody can walk up and see it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, we do have an opportunity to take questions from councillors to the presenters. So, Ms. Coote, you've got a question now from Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Coote. Thanks very much for coming to talk to us tonight. I just have a question. Have you at all, and this is not saying you need to do this because I'm going to follow up, but have you at all contacted the city about this water issue previously?
I have. I've contacted the city. I know people on the street have contacted the city. I've created, I've gone above and beyond in putting drainage systems into my backyard to try and drain away that water. So has my neighbor. Nothing's worked. They did do some more plumbing, and they were changing around some of the wastewater on our street last year. They kind of ripped up everything and redid it all, and everything still floods out.
Okay, so I'll have questions to staff about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Littleton. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Coote, for coming in today and speaking to council. My question is just to get a better understanding. Is it something with the flooding that happens year round, or is it only after certain times of year where it's winter or after heavy rainfall?
The only time that we don't have flooding in the backyards or in the schoolyard is usually during the heat of summer, when everything's dried up and the ground is dry. But any other time of the year, I would say at least 8 to 10 months out of the year, there's flooding through the backyards and in the schoolyard.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the questions, Councillor. Okay, so to the presenter, Ms. Coote, what will happen is during the staff questioning of council, I'm sure a couple of these issues will be raised again, and you'll get more fulsome information. So if you can stay on the meeting on the meeting Zoom, you'll get more information as we move through this. So I want to thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for taking the time to come out and join us tonight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, we're going to go over now to Mr. Matt Kernahan, Senior Planner for Upper Canada Consultants, and he will provide a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, and neighbor. My name is Matt Kernahan, and I'm the planning manager at Upper Canada Consultants. I'm the agent representing Rockwood Development Limited, who are the owners of 33 Rockwood Avenue. I'd just like to begin by saying that I appreciate the opportunity to present to you this evening, and I know that the ownership group shares that appreciation. So my intention tonight is to be brief. If I may, I'm just going to share my screen. Planning staff have done an absolutely stellar job of summarizing the planning merits of these applications, and have done a great job as well presenting the application through their very thorough report. So I don't plan to duplicate any of that hard work that was done by planning staff, but rather I'd just like to highlight some of the finer points of the application, provide some additional details on the development, and answer any questions that have come up. Just for council's reference, the visual shown on this slide here is a rendering of what the apartment building would look like when viewing it from Rockwood Avenue. As you've already seen, this is the site plan for the proposed development. The ownership group will be retaining ownership of all the units, and will be providing them as market rental apartments. The intention of the owner is to create a condominium board following site plan approval as a means to formalize the maintenance of the common areas for the long term. This condominiumization will ensure that there is a framework in place for the property to be maintained at a high standard for the life cycle of the building. I should mention that this development has been over 3 years in the making. Pre-consultation on the applications before you this evening occurred back in January 2020. The owners have since been working alongside city staff to assemble properties that make up the development lands through Committee of Adjustment applications, as well as the purchase of the former Millbank Street road allowance from the city. We've also been working collaboratively to come up with a site plan that meets the preferences of urban design and planning staff at the city. In particular, the original version of the site plan has been modified to place the building as close as possible to Rockwood Avenue as a means to provide positive street presence at the specific request of city staff. The site plan has also been modified in response to comments from the neighbors at the information meeting that was held last September. In particular, the setback from the buildings to houses on Ferndale has been maximized, and a 3-meter or 10-foot wide landscape buffer containing large privacy trees has been increased in size to address the comments that we heard. This slide shows the apartment and parking area in context. As you can see, the parking area has been located in an area that is shielded from view from the streets, and so that it provides the largest possible buffer between the existing residents and the apartment building. This slide provides a bit of a higher level context for the site location. As you may have read in the report, the site is located along a major transit route that connects with the downtown bus terminal and the Penn Center. The site is located within a close walking distance to the Hartzell Road corridor, which provides many essential commercial uses within 300 meters of the site. The site is close to a number of recreational facilities that will serve and be utilized by future residents, including Secord Woods Park, Meriton Community Center, the arena, a public pool, as well as the Meriton branch of the library. Bicycle facilities will be provided on site to encourage active transportation and the utilization of bike lanes on Hartzell Road. As many are aware, the neighborhood itself includes a mix of residential uses. There is a residential apartment located immediately to the east, as well as a number of other 3-story residential apartments located further to the east beyond Carriage Avenue. The property immediately to the east, I should also mention, has a similar zoning to that proposed for 33 Rockwood Avenue. So this is my conclusion slide, but before I do conclude, I'm just going to address some of the comments that were provided by Ms. Coote. Just to her point on the existing flooding issues in the surrounding neighborhood. As part of our development application, and certainly as part of our site plan application, we were required to do a site servicing and grading plan. And what that site servicing and grading plan does is it provides an engineered design for our site that accommodates the collection of any existing water that flows over our site now. It creates a design to collect that water within catch basins in the parking area, as well as swales in the landscaped areas. Then stormwater is conveyed to underground pipes where it's stored for a short period of time, and then it's released at a rate which is the same as how it is released today, pre-development. As for parking, I think staff addressed that really well. We exceed the parking requirements. I should mention that there are a number of bicycle parking spaces proposed to be located within the apartment building, as well as outside on the site. And obviously, with this type of development, it's meant to take advantage of its location near a transit route and within walking distance of a commercial corridor. So the intention would be that reliance on the vehicle would be less here than in a lower density form of development. So I will leave it at that for now, and I'm happy to answer any questions that councillor staff has me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kernahan. Thank you for the presentation. We have Councillor Townsend for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, thank you, Mr. Kernahan, for your presentation. I am concerned about the issues that were brought forward by Ms. Coote. Those are some pretty serious issues. Now, you talked about the system that the company has put in place where the rate of water would basically, from what I understand, would be stored and released at a rate similar to what it is now. But my concern is that there already is no space for that water to go anywhere, and it's coming up above ground. Is this going to, I'm not an engineer, but it does seem like this is going to be a pretty serious issue with this project. I'm wondering if you could touch on and maybe explain to how, even though it's going to slowly go into the current system, the system, by the way it sounds, is already pretty full.
So I'm not an engineer either, but I do work with a number of them, and I'm responsible for providing functional level engineering submissions with our development. I will also say that I'm not intimately familiar with the flooding issues that Ms. Coote is speaking of, but by the sounds of it, it sounds like there are some overland flow issues where water that flows from the surface of her property and maybe others isn't able to leave the property, and then it pools on the surface and causes them drainage concerns. To me, doesn't sound like, and we weren't aware and we didn't come across any issues where a storm sewer was surcharging up into the surface. And if I'm wrong about that, staff can correct me, but my understanding is that there is no storm sewer surcharging issues, and that it sounds like those are overland flow issues. So when we undertake an engineering design for an apartment building or any site plan, we're responsible for ensuring that any water that relies on our development to flow now is accounted for. And we're also responsible to ensure that the rate at which water from our site leaves the site and enters the sewer system is the same after development as it is before development. So in that way, any water that relies on our site now to drain would still be accepted. It wouldn't be blocked in any way. And then it would be released in a controlled fashion to the storm system. So our water wouldn't drain from our site directly onto an adjacent property. It flows through an engineered system to the storm sewer. So that process, the site plan approval process, provides the city's engineers a mechanism to ensure that the drainage system's adequately designed to not make any existing issues worse, and in fact, in most cases, improve them through an engineered system.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I'll ask staff further to that because I'm sure they'll have more answers to that. My other question is this: right now, we have a 16-year wait list up at the region right now. We know affordable housing is a huge issue across the country. You got 35 units going into Meriton. Are the owners open to including some type of affordable rental units within this development?
So to this point, the plan has been to provide at market rents for these units, but certainly something that I can let you field to them following this public meeting if that is something that you want to do, or they can respond to me over text, and I'm happy to convey that back a little bit later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Townsend. Councilor Miller.
Yeah, thanks through you, the mayor, to the presenter. A couple of the issues that were raised by those in the area are the height of the building, which we're making the exemption for, and the size of the amount, like the size of the parking lot. I'm just wondering if it was explored to make the building one story shorter, but possibly wider to keep the same number of units, but maybe not have as much space dedicated for parking, and I think would give residents the sort of privacy, or at least assuage the privacy concerns they have.
So to your question on the height, the height of the building was actually brought down through the review of this application process. It has a very low pitched roof. So that really does minimize the height. The height we're requesting is only not quite 3 meters taller than what's permitted there now. And in a lot of cases, it's not any taller than a 2-story single detached house with a modern roof line. In terms of taking the number of stories down or reducing the parking area, with any apartment type development, it's always a dance between units and parking. And what I can say is that we've placed that parking area in a space that is has as little visual impact as possible when you're looking at it from the street, but also places it between the building and the residence as a means of reducing that overlook possibility. And there is quite a significant setback. In most cases, you're looking at over 65 feet separation between the building and the property line, with some additional separation in the backyards of adjacent buildings. So there is quite a big setback, and there is notwithstanding the fact that we're hoping that active transportation will be adopted here as much as possible, we still don't want to cause parking overflows by reducing that parking area. So it was really a balance that we went through working with staff over the last few years, trying to come up with the best scenario, recognizing that there is such a need for this type of housing, and so we want to use the site as efficiently as possible.
Okay, and in terms of sorry, and I apologize, I don't have the report right in front of me. The unit design, can you give me a breakdown of how large the units are going to be in terms of bedrooms?
So it's a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units.
Okay. I guess probably not going to win any votes here. I think I have the opposite concern of residents in terms of the amount of parking. This is right on a pretty popular transit line. I know we've been working hard we're going to expand our transit system in the years to come. So was there ever consideration of less parking and perhaps even more units again into that space? I realized probably at this point that would significantly change the design, but I'm just curious how that conversation went, just given how, this is on one of the main transit routes, certainly in that part of the city.
Yeah, again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Miller, it's a balance that we struck. We're just over the zoning minimum. We tried as much as we could to respect the city's standards for that, and also recognize what our future residents might be looking for. So it's the balance we struck.
Okay, I think, yeah, that's probably something for us to keep an eye on. I suppose as rental rates go up, probably the amount of income required to own these places goes up. And so the likelihood of someone having a car instead of relying on transit probably goes up. So what we're doing to encourage more people to use transit, I'm sure we'll have to consider with planning, but thank you for answering those questions.
And Councillor Miller, Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Matt. As far as parking is concerned, just to ask a very simple question, are there visitor parking spaces on site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there are.
How many?
Well, we haven't specifically assigned them yet, but I can tell you that there's 1 parking space in addition to what zoning would require. And there are 10 parking spaces in addition to the number of units.
Okay, that's fine. Obviously, the concern is you need visitor parking spaces for if people other than visitors, if they need a PSW or whatever to attend, you don't want people parking on the street. So if there's 10 extra visitor spaces, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Kushner, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the current empty property, is there any drainage from that property to the neighbors?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kushner, I don't have storm drainage area plans at my fingertips. But just to reiterate my comment from earlier, if there is any water from the site that currently now flows from our site to the surrounding properties, post-development, that situation will be rectified and it'll be collected internally through swales, storm or catch basins and storm sewers and discharged directly underground to the storm sewer.
So if that's the case, then the current development could help improve the drainage problems in the adjacent neighbors.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. And that is it for the questions of council. And we have no further delegations unless the owners of Rockwood, Stephanie and Stephen Fisher, if they would wish to make comment. If they do, please turn on their camera. If not, we will move to close the public meeting.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, on their behalf, they've reminded me of a lot of the comments that we received at the information meeting back in September. There was a real concern amongst residents in the neighborhood that this would become affordable housing. And while I don't agree with negative comments towards affordable housing, it caused the ownership not to pursue that angle for this particular project.
Thank you for that update. And I was going to touch on that as part of the staff presentation, but I could touch on it now. One of the areas that we need more housing is actually in the rental market. And so any rental units that we can bring on to the system actually start to alleviate what's happening in the social housing complexes, where we actually have people who are in social housing units who can actually move into market-based rent, but because there's no market-based rent that they can move into from a rental perspective, we have to keep them in the social units. And so this is an important continuum that we're building. And so that's why more rental units like this are needed in the system to unlock a lot more of those units that should be for those who are actually in very challenging positions around housing, precarious housing, getting those people who can afford now to move into more rent geared to income or market rent units is required. So when we talk about housing, we got to talk about the entire continuum, not just specific one aspect of it. And hopefully if this gets approved, this will be another piece that's adding to what is very much needed, which is one and 2 unit rental properties within the system. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll now close the public meeting. I need a motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Littleton, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All in favor? Okay, that's closed. The public meeting is now closed. We're now going to have the recommendation on the screen. And prior to doing that, don't put it on yet, Evan. Do we have any questions of staff? Because the recommendations on the screen is actually quite descriptive. So I don't think anyone's going to change necessarily the wording in the recommendation. Any questions of staff? I've got Councillor Townsend and Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question to staff is essentially the same question I asked to Mr. Kernahan in regards to the catch basins, and the vision I'm having of this is it continues just to fill and load up without anywhere else to go. Is there any concern from an engineering perspective on this site that you can share with council?
Director Smith.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, speaking to the description of the flooding that was given by the resident was that it was backyard flooding, causing issues through several backyards. Backyard flooding is normally associated with grading issues and is not an infrastructure issue. When we would provide comment for an application, we would check our flooding complaints for the area, and there hasn't been a large number of issues with the sewers in that area with respect to flooding complaints. I don't have in front of me the records with respect to backyard flooding complaints, but unfortunately grading issues are the responsibility of the homeowners, and it's not a municipal responsibility.
Okay, thank you for that answer, but it sounded more like it is coming from the sewers in the neighborhood, not necessarily just in the backyard from rainfall, just being collected in the backyard. Am I wrong on that? Because that's kind of what I was taking.
So from what it sounded like, Councillor, is that because the adjacent schoolyard there, it does sound like it's grading. It's not coming up from the sewer system itself. It's surface water that's not disappearing. So the fact that it's there from the melt of winter until the dry of summer means that the water can't go anywhere. So it's not a continuous up and down.
Okay, well, if there isn't a concern with staff, then I appreciate it. It was just a question that I feel like it had to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you. I'm just not to put this in the motion, but I'm just asking maybe direction to staff that we could also reach out to the school because the resident did mention the school Ferndale there. If we could just find out if this is a perennial problem, is this something that we can just take a look at? Maybe we need to take a little report, just do a little bit of just following up from this conversation. I think that's what I'm looking for. If staff could take that back, please.
So if you can bring that up under directions to staff under the report.
Sure, thank you.
It separates it. Yeah, it separates it from this planning motion. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To staff. Is there any effort being made to put in permeable pavers or taking some kind of a green environmental initiative as opposed to just having hard surface where we have the rapid runoff and exacerbate surface water runoff problems?
Through the mayor.
Go ahead, Kim.
Sorry, no, go ahead, Natasha. I'll fill in if you.
Sounds great. Through the mayor, I feel like this might be a response better suited for the owner or the consultant. Certainly the city would encourage this, but it's not a requirement.
So we still don't have anything in our regs to encourage that kind of going in that kind of a direction?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, the city does not have any requirements that require permeable paving. At the site plan process, when the applicants do their hire a qualified engineer to undertake their site grading and site servicing work, it will speak to the amount of flow that they are anticipating on the property for pre-development expectations as well as post-development expectations. And then the study will indicate its recommendations on how it deals with that. And that could include anything from taking it underground through a piping system or to the system that the applicant spoke about a collection and timed disbursement. It could also include permeable paving. Those factors have not been determined yet. They would be determined at the site plan stage.
Thank you very much. And then we do have some situations in the north end where residents whose backyards back onto strip plazas who have hard surfaces, their backyards do flood. So I hope that we would also possibly consider putting a continuous curb, an elevated curb, to make sure that there isn't runoff going into neighboring properties. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. I guess following up on what I was asking about earlier, where I guess what is staff's current opinion on parking minimums outside the center, where I believe we've abolished them, but where are we at in the rest of the city?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we do look at reducing parking requirements when they're close to transit. There are other forms of transportation available, amenities are close by, so we do often go through that process. And when we are reviewing our OP and our zoning bylaw, that's another kind of exercise that we will complete to look at whether we would be looking at reducing our parking, getting rid of it in areas outside of the downtown and things like that.
Okay, I would think this would be a pretty prime example just because of its one, not just being on a transit line, but it's within walking distance to a lot of amenities on Hartsville Road there. So hopefully that would be looked at, because I think it's too bad to lose space, especially if we could have added more units to this to the building. But fair enough. And I guess I'm encouraged that the owner is listens to residents' concerns about affordable housing, but I guess I'm discouraged that maybe we're not going to add affordable housing to this property in terms of social housing or rent geared income or something like that. At this stage, what sort of incentives could we offer if they change their mind about that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we'd have to look at whether this would be something that would qualify for our CIP program. We haven't kind of taken it through the eligibility criteria. Other than that, there could be some development charge grants that they could get if there was affordable housing. And they could always ask for any type of application or building permit refunds, but those would be, I think, a council approval.
Okay, I guess I would hope that maybe that conversation happens after that, and the developer maybe or the owner can direct upset residents to me and say I beg for it. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Thanks, Councilor Miller, and Councilor Porter for the wrap up.
Thank you very much for the great presentation to staff. I guess this has brought up a wider concern around discriminatory opposition to affordable housing, which often includes discrimination against protected groups. And there's a role, and I think the role with the province and the municipality to come up with strategies to address this. I'm asking the planning staff in general, are you aware of what other municipalities have done or what we could do during public meetings to help inform the public of the need for more affordable housing and to help, I guess, inform councillors, committee of adjustment, and members of the public about how opposition to affordable housing actually it's protected grounds, and we can't really zone out we can't zone out people from living in certain places. I guess I'm looking for feedback on that.
Thank you. And through the mayor to the councillor, this is certainly one of the challenges we experience in an intensifying community where we've made a decision decades ago that we are only building up and we are not building out into our tender fruit lands. With intensification comes sometimes opposition to change. And what we experience with that is how people vocalize that opposition, whether it has directly to do with land use implications or whether in fact it has to do with identifiable groups of individuals or perhaps perhaps biases about tenure or other things. And we experience it quite regularly. I think the largest part in combating this type of harmful dialogue is having a unified voice on council and staff about treating individuals as community and not parceling people out into groups, and to look really at the aspect of what we are doing for our built community, who we're building for in terms of a future, and not so much as to discriminate between user groups. But ultimately, it's going to require a unified voice amongst council, the province, the federal government, and community groups all around to all be singing from the same songbook. It's not helpful to have dialogue around, well, they are renters or they are buyers or they are owners. And that's what helps divide us. And that is what helps contribute to this conversation where people say, I would like affordable housing. It's one of my main concerns. However, I don't want it in my neighborhood. And this is the challenge that we constantly have because nowhere is good enough. So the balancing act that we have in our communities is, where do we house the people that we know are coming to our areas that need the housing now, that will need the housing in the future, and need that option of different configurations as well as different tenures and different price points. And no group, high or low, should be biased against in either regard. We need to look at things more objectively.
Okay, thank you very much. I think many rental developments, and I think almost every affordable housing development has had some level of opposition, which has led to some delays, which adds further cost when we're really struggling to create affordable housing. So this is, I think, an important a question and a problem that we need to tackle. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. And I'll just end with, if I can ask Mr. Kernaghan, one of the ways that we can work together is Niagara Regional Housing does have a list of people who are looking to move from the social assistance housing into market rent. So one of the ways that we can actually help is if your owners would be able to get in touch, we can have a connection with Niagara Regional Housing so that there's individuals. And I'll just give council an example. You have a mother with, say, 2 kids who have been in Niagara Regional Housing. The kids have now moved on to university or college. She's there by herself. She's now looking for a 1-bedroom, not a 3-bedroom. She can't move because she can't find a 3-bedroom. So she's taking up a 3-bedroom unit in regional housing, and she needs to get into a 1-bedroom. And this would be a great location for her. And I guarantee it, the neighbors in the neighborhood would love to have anybody like this move into their neighborhood. But, you know, that is where the whole stigma arrives. And we really need to create these spaces and have those discussions. But if Mr. Kernaghan, you're willing to have your owners, the owners of the property, engage with Niagara Regional Housing, we still may be able to move people through the continuum and unlock some important housing in the social housing area.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to extend that invitation, and I'm sure it's something that they'll consider.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I need a mover and a seconder if the motion can be brought up on the screen. Councillor Miller is moving it. Councillor Littleton is seconding it. It is in there. It's lengthy. It's all granular about what we have just discussed in terms of the presentation by Ms. McDonald. So I'm not going to read it out. And I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll call. Councillor Littleton, you got your hand up?
Oh, I thought we were able to speak about the motion.
Okay, well, all right. Is there something
That's
in
all
the
right,
motion?
then I guess I don't need to say anything.
Okay. And then you feel free if you want to speak to the motion. I don't see any. Feel free.
Okay, well, I do just want to say there was a public meeting in September, as we've heard, and there was some opposition to the project at that time. And I think that what's happened is, you know, the developers here have listened to some of the concerns from the residents, which is great. I do also want to talk just very quickly. We've already said about this, but we talk about affordable housing as this umbrella. It's really like this umbrella term, and we do need rental housing. And so I think while there might be still some, there's always some nervousness or anxiety when a new build does come into a neighborhood. I do think this is going to be a win for the entire area, and I think that the way that it's been designed with the setback and pushing the building close to Rockwood is not going to interfere a lot. There's going to be privacy for the residents on Admiral, and I think that a lot of these measures have been taken care of. So it's good to see that we're going to have 35 rental units coming into Meriton. We do need the housing. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Okay, turn it over to the clerk to call a question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you to the planning staff for a very well put together presentation. We're going to move on. We're still dealing with planning and building services. This is another public meeting, and this is related to cannabis operation study, city initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Phillips has a conflict, so he can go off screen, and we are then going into the public meeting program. And it'll start with Scott Ritchie, senior planner with planning, building services, and Paul Lowe's partner, and Susan McDonald, partner for SGL planning and design. They're going to do a combined presentation, and then members of the public were provided an opportunity to provide written correspondence. We got a lot of that today. but no one has registered to speak on this. So there will be no delegations, no one registered to speak in advance. And the meeting will be closed, and then we will have a discussion on the staff recommendation. So we'll go with the planners. If you have questions of the planner, the planner and the consultants, what we'll do is we'll close the public meeting and then we'll open it up for discussion. Okay, so want to do that formally first. So let's have the presentation. Mr. Ritchie, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then you'll guide the consultants through the process as well, and then we'll proceed with the public meeting. Mr. Ritchie.
Great, thank you very much. Just give me a moment to get the presentation up here. There we go. Well, thank you and good evening, everyone. This presentation relates to the recommended policy amendments that will implement the findings of the cannabis operations study. In February of 2020, Council enacted an interim control bylaw to restrict the establishment of new cannabis production facilities and directed staff to undertake a study of these uses and provide recommendations for future policy direction. That interim control bylaw was extended in 2021 and will expire on February 24th of this year and cannot be further extended. The city retained SGL Planning and Design to undertake this cannabis operations study. Joining us tonight is Paul Lowe's and Suzanne McDonald from SGL, and they'll walk us through the study and their recommendations. In terms of public consultation, 2 virtual open houses were held to share information about the study and to solicit feedback on policy direction from the community. We also set up a project website on the city's Engage platform to share information about the study, including recordings of the open house meetings and copies of draft reports. In terms of the comments received from the community, the most frequent concern that was raised was the issue of odor impacts associated with the use and the need to provide separation from sensitive uses, particularly homes. We also heard about concerns with nuisance related to noise and lighting, as well as concerns about visual impact. Another common theme that we heard a lot about was the issue of enforcement and the need to ensure that facilities are operating lawfully and that they are operating in accordance with their licensing. I also wanted to address briefly the matter of a rumored large greenhouse conversion in Port Weller East. Council received a number of messages from concerned residents, which you'll find in your sugar sink. And I wanted to advise that staff are not aware of any plans to convert that greenhouse. And further, once council approves the recommended policy amendments put forth in the staff report, the 150-meter separation distance would prevent the conversion of that building as it abuts a residential subdivision. The staff recommendations put forward in our report encompass citywide amendments to the city's official plan, the zoning bylaw, and the site plan control bylaw. Paul and Suzanne from SGL will go through the specific changes in more detail. The key elements include a requirement for cannabis production to occur indoors, the introduction of minimum separation distances from sensitive uses, and a requirement that facilities be subject to site plan control. These policy amendments have been recommended by SGL as an outcome of their study, and staff agree. And finally, before I hand it on, I just need to describe that within Ontario, municipal land use policies must be developed within a framework of provincial policy, as well as regional and city official plans. Staff have considered this policy framework, and are of the opinion that the recommended amendments are consistent with the provincial policy statement and conform to and do not conflict with the Greenbelt Plan, the Growth Plan, the Regional Official Plan, or the city's official plan, and the city's official plan. And with that overview, I'm going to now hand it over to Paul Lowe's and Suzanne McDonald from SGL to walk us through in more detail their study and the recommendations.
Thank you. I'll be giving a brief presentation on the study itself and our recommendations this evening. Slide, please. So the purpose of our study was to examine opportunities to regulate within the city the uses permitted under the Cannabis Act, specifically the commercial growth and production of cannabis. And as part of that, we've assessed and recommended changes to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw in order to regulate cannabis production and cultivation as a land use. Slide, please. So as part of this study, we were specifically looking at the commercial cultivation and processing of recreational and medical cannabis. Two things that are outside the scope of our work includes the personal growth of cannabis. Up to 4 plants can be grown within a dwelling, and that's not part of the scope of our work. And as well, we weren't looking at standalone retail sales of recreational cannabis. That's regulated through the province, and that was also not part of the scope of our work. Slide, please. So we are within phase 3 of our study. So I'll be going over our recommendations with you this evening. As was mentioned, as part of our work, we've had 2 open houses as well, one in phase 2 and one as recently as at the end of December. And actually, I'll go to the next slide, please, to speak a little bit more about our background work. So what we did as part of this study is we reviewed the legal framework and provincial documents relevant to this land use. We also reviewed St. Catharines planning tools. We undertook quite an extensive best practice review of other municipalities and how they addressed cannabis within their official plans, zoning bylaws, and site plan control bylaws. And then we came up with a number of options for regulating the use for the city to consider, including both pros and cons of the different options. And so the first phase 1 and 2 of our report of our work, including the background and consideration of those options, was presented at an open house in September. And then our recommendations were presented at an open house in December. Slide, please. So currently within the city's planning documents, the terms cannabis, sometimes referred to as marijuana, spelt a couple different ways, are not currently addressed specifically within the official plan, zoning bylaw, or site plan control bylaws. Slide, please. And also, as part of our background work, we did look at a number of common concerns that are raised, impacts or concerns of impacts associated with this use. And we have a bit of information within our report included on these, but these were the most common ones, with odor being the most prevalent concern that we've commonly heard throughout the study with regards to this use. Slide, please. So over the next few slides, I'm going to be going over the recommendations and the actual amendments to the OP zoning and site plan control bylaw that are proposed, but just wanted to start off at a high level what the recommendations are. So in terms of indoor cultivation and facilities, we'd be looking at regulating both licensed facilities and designated medical growth, and permitting these uses within the agricultural and general employment areas, and requiring that these uses be subject to site plan control. And I will be speaking a little bit later at a later slide what I mean by licensed facilities versus designated medical growth. But just to highlight overall, we'd be looking at permitting these uses indoor only. We're not recommending that any outdoor cultivation be permitted within the city. And that's based on discussions with our air quality specialists that have indicated there's no real way to effectively mitigate odor unless you enclose it in a building. So that's why we're not recommending any outdoor cultivation within the city. And then along with our recommendations, we do have a number of requirements that will go with any permitted uses, which I'll be getting to in the next couple slides, but key ones are that there's a minimum required separation distance to sensitive land uses, that there's no outdoor storage, and that there's no odor emissions. Slide, please. So starting off with the official plan, there are recommended changes to the official plan. So the first one would be to amend Section 10 in order to permit indoor production of cannabis in the general employment designation. So that could include cultivation, processing, a full range of types of uses that you can get licenses for from Health Canada. And then we'd only go ahead and permit within the business commercial employment some of the lighter uses. So we wouldn't have the cultivation, processing, or destruction, just because it doesn't align with the intent of that designation, but you might have some testing facilities or analysis, because you can get a license for that from Health Canada as well. And for both these designations, for this use, we'd establish new policies. Again, that the use occur entirely within an enclosed building, and that the building not emit any odor, that the use be in accordance with all applicable federal regulations, that buildings should be a minimum of 150 meters from any sensitive land uses, such as your dwellings or your schools, that the use be subject to site plan control, and that in employment areas, you'd be permitted to have production as well as cultivation, so you can have a processing plant, packaging, testing, etc. Slide, please. And then we also recommend changes to the agricultural section of the official plan in order to permit indoor production and cultivation of cannabis in the agricultural designation. And here you'd have very similar policies, that the use must occur within a building, no odor, federal regulations apply. Same thing with having a 150 meter separation distance from any sensitive land use, with the exception of that won't be required for a farmhouse on the same lot as the production facility. That the use be subject to site plan control, and also in this case, because it's an agricultural area, that the use must be on the same lot as cultivation. So we wouldn't, for example, just have a processing or packaging plant in the agricultural area. We want to stick with the intent of the agricultural designation, which is primarily for cultivation. So if there's a cultivation facility, they could, as an accessory use, for example, process and package what was grown on site, but you simply couldn't just open a processing plant in the agricultural designation. Slide, please. We also would want to update the urban agricultural policies, just to make it very clear that those policies do not refer to cannabis production, because those are specific to the urban area. And also go ahead and update the site plan control policies to make sure that this use is subject to site plan control, and also include matters that can be addressed through that process, including matters related to air quality filtration, exterior lighting, security access, and traffic access. Slide, please. Next, we have some changes to the zoning bylaw in order to implement the recommendations. So the first thing would be to go ahead and define the new uses, because as I mentioned, the uses isn't currently defined in the zoning bylaw. So we'd want to go ahead and define licensed cannabis production facilities and the designated medical growth of cannabis. And I just wanted to pause here and explain for a second what those two different terms would mean. So your licensed cannabis production facilities, those would be your commercial facilities licensed by Health Canada. They're growing for the purpose of selling it, whether for recreational or medical purposes. Versus the designated medical growth of cannabis. In Canada, the way the system works is if someone has a medical prescription for cannabis, they are permitted to register with Health Canada in order to grow the amount that they are required to fulfill their prescription. And the way the rules work is that there can be a pairing of up to 4 prescriptions being grown together on one site, which can be a large number of plants. So we're not looking to regulate where someone's just growing for themselves for their own prescription, or even for someone within their own household for their own prescription, but we would be looking to regulate where you have multiple prescriptions being grown together in one location, and one or more is a designated growth, so someone's growing for someone else. In order to make sure that these types of uses where there could be a large number of plants would be subject to the same regulations or rules under the zoning bylaw as the licensed cannabis facilities. Then on the next slide, I'll get into what those rules would be. But before I do that, I wanted to mention that we're also going to update the definition of agricultural farm just to specify that these uses are not captured by that term anymore. Slide, please. So I spoke about implementing rules for this type of uses. So we'd want the licensed cannabis production facilities, as well as the designated medical growth of cannabis, to be subject to new general provisions section, which would require that the use be wholly enclosed in a building, that there would be a required minimum separation distance for indoor operations of 150 meters to a sensitive land use, such as a dwelling or a school, etc., a park. Also, that there would be no outdoor storage, that the use is prohibited in a dwelling, and the requirement as well that there be no emission of odor outside of that building. Slide, please. Then we'd go ahead and update the employment zone to permit licensed cannabis production facilities and designated medical growth of cannabis within the general employment zone, as well as to permit licensed cannabis production facilities in the business commercial employment zone. There would be, however, a provision, and this aligns with what I spoke to in terms of the policies in the official plan, that not all the uses would be permitted in this second business commercial employment zone. You wouldn't permit the commercial processing and destruction. That doesn't align with the permitted uses currently in that zone. But you could, for example, subject to the proper licenses from Health Canada, do packaging or testing or shipping or research within that zone. Slide, please. Then we'd also go ahead and update the agricultural zone to permit licensed cannabis production facilities and designated medical growth of cannabis as a permitted use within the agricultural zones. And again, here, like I mentioned with the policies, we'd specify that the use must occur accessory to cultivation. So again, you couldn't just have a packaging plant in the agricultural zone. You'd have to have a cultivation facility, which might have as accessory to the use, the packaging of the product grown on site. Slide, please. And then lastly, we'd want to go ahead and update the site plan control bylaw in order to ensure that these uses are captured by that process. So we'd define the licensed cannabis production facilities and designated medical growth of cannabis. The definition would be the same as that as defined in the zoning bylaw. And then update the wording in the bylaw just to make sure that these two uses are subject to site plan control. Slide, please. So just to recap at a high level, what the recommendations are would be to permit the use of cannabis cultivation production within the agricultural and general employment designations, as well as indoors, specifically indoors, in the agricultural only, agricultural, commercial, industrial, and general employment zones with the specific requirements that I outlined in this presentation, including, for example, that the use be enclosed in a building and not emit any odor and be set back from sensitive land uses. And then lastly, of course, to make sure that the use is subject to site plan control. That's it for my presentation. Thank you. Pass it over to Mr. Ritchie.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just one final item I just wanted to clarify before we move on is this slide talks about updating the official plan to permit those uses. I wanted to clarify that cannabis production facilities are currently a permitted use in the agricultural area and the industrial areas in our employment designations. So they're permitted use now. We're recommending they continue to be a permitted form of agriculture and industry, subject to the regulations that are put forward in the amendments, just for clarification. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Christie, Ms. McDonald, and Mr. Lowe's. And so we will now take a motion because no one has registered to speak. So I'll take a motion to close the public meeting. Moved by Councillor Garcia, seconded by Councillor Townsend. All in favor of closing the public meeting. And that meeting is closed. So now we have some staff questions that you're able to put on the floor before we get to the motion. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, just a few questions of staff. Obviously, the interim control bylaw is coming to an end. Is council able to extend the interim control bylaw being an interim bylaw? And if I'm wondering if just staff can shed some information on that, because I do believe that there was some misinformation that was given and provided to some of the residents out in Port Weller. So I'm just wondering if staff could confirm if I'm correct on that.
Thank you. And through the mayor to council, I think that's a helpful distinction that we can make. So In February 2020, Council passed an interim control bylaw on the agricultural areas to temporarily prohibit the development of any or the establishment of any new cannabis production facilities while the study was undertaken. The interim control bylaw length of time is 1 year, and the Planning Act allows for one further extension of 1 year. So we're looking at the interim control bylaw ceases or expires next week, so February 24th, 2022. And no, we cannot do any further extensions than what we have already done. This interim control bylaw, again, only applied to the agricultural uses for production facilities. Council may recall back in 2018, the previous council had also implemented an interim control bylaw to study cannabis retail sales and lounges in the urban area. And under the Planning Act, you cannot apply a interim control bylaw to the same property again within 3 years. So when the first one ceased in 2018, by the time we got to February 2020, it was still within that 3-year time period. And that is why the interim control bylaw that's currently in effect only applies to the agricultural areas.
Thank you for clarifying that. My other question through you, Mr. Mayor, is because the zoning of these properties is agriculture, it's not zoned to have homes built on it, which has also been a piece of information where some people in that area think that homes can just be built on these sites without a zone change. Can you just talk to that aspect that yes, it would have to have a zoning change in order to have anything built on it, and it being privately owned, the owner would have to apply for that?
Through the mayor, single homes are a permitted use in the agricultural area. We can't, on existing lots, existing rural lots are permitted to have houses. And a number of the concerns that we have heard from members of the community were more focused on houses that are located in close proximity to existing industrial areas. I think those are the context, housing in proximity to industrial areas where we've received probably the most concern. There have certainly been concerns raised about existing houses in proximity to operations in the agricultural area as well, though. But if existing lots within the agricultural area are permitted to have a single dwelling unit on them.
Keyword being single dwellings.
Yes, that's correct. They could not be a residential subdivision, for example.
Okay, thank you. That's where I was going with that. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And then my final question is in regards to the 150 meters. Is that in standard with what other municipalities have in place with any type of cannabis production facility?
Through the mayor, I think that would be good for me to hand over to SGL.
Yes, I can actually clarify that. So we did do a review of what other municipalities, particularly focusing on Niagara region. We did see a range ranging from about 70. I think the highest we did see was 600, but 150 was the most common number for setback that we did see.
Okay, so most common 150. Final question, I promise, through the mayor. If, we've talked about obviously air filtration and odor being a serious issue or lighting being an issue, what does happen? I know you've highlighted the aspect of it being in a contained facility. What does happen if there is an odor or if there is some type of lighting that would cause issues to the surrounding community and neighborhood?
Through the mayor, one of the recommendations that we're putting forward is that these uses are be subject to site plan control, which we currently do not have. We don't have a site plan control process whereby we do detailed review of site design, building layout, site servicing, engineering, lighting, all the issues we would typically take a very close look at through site plan approval, which would result in a site plan agreement being registered on property. So it's an agreement between the city and the owner of the property in terms of what's going to be constructed and how the site is going to be maintained. So the addition of site plan control in the facilities will give the city an additional enforcement tool to make sure that they are in compliance with our site plan conditions, which by standard do include lighting impacts. And this proposal that we would extend that to odor mitigation measures as well.
So it sounds like very clearly put by the senior planner. There are going to be stringent, very strict regulations around this. Thank you for the presentation and all this information.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to one of our planners or the director of planning. What can we talk about? What is the sensitive land use? Because obviously this is a term that's been used. What do you mean by that?
Through the mayor, we detail it in the amendments, but it would include any place of worship, a park, daycares, and dwelling units. I believe there might be another one on the list, but it's generally schools, daycares, places of worship, dwelling units, and parks are, I believe, the key ones. Suzanne, jump in if I've missed one, but those are the sensitive uses that we flagged. So the 150 meters would be between the facility and either a residential zone, an institutional zone, or a dwelling in other zones. Like, for example, in the agricultural context, a cannabis production facility would have to be at least 150 meters from a house on an adjacent agricultural property.
Okay, so if anyone needs a reference, I'm about 1.55 meters. So that's 100 lorries as a, just to help you all out. So that's pretty far. So what I'm understanding then is because we've received quite a few emails from folks who live in the Port Weller East area. I'm assuming that if we put the bylaw as recommended in force, there's no space in there that you could line up 150 lorry, like 100 lorries that would allow for a facility to be actually put in there. There's not enough space. Am I correct in thinking that?
Through the mayor, we did look at the available industrial lands of the city. There are some corners of the city deep in the industrial parks where there are properties that could achieve that 150 meter separation criteria. As for Port Weller, it would preclude the industrial subdivisions immediately around Happy Rolfs, for example, within 150 meters. There are a few properties towards the south end of Port Weller East, like around like the Heddle Shipyard property, for example, which would be able to achieve that 150, or at least portions of the property would be able to achieve that 150 meter separation. But specifically for Port Weller East, certainly the significant majority of properties in that area would have difficulty meeting that minimum 150 meter separation threshold.
So you're saying mostly in some of the heavy industrial parts of the city, which is not near our parks, right? That these are areas that we have designed so it can accommodate these kinds of businesses.
That's correct.
Okay. And the other question that I wanted to ask was, oh, and now I've lost it. Okay, I'll cede the floor because I've lost my question. I didn't have it written down here. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Littleton, all 150 Councillor Littletons. Moving on to Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I'm not sure who would answer this question, but would it be a positive impact to have greater protection if we increase the separation with the sensitive uses from, say, 150 to 250, 200?
Through the mayor, I think I'd like to hand this one over to Suzanne and Paul, or Paul, to maybe could elaborate on how we arrived, or how you arrived at the 150 meter distance.
Certainly, Scott, through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, I'll take the first stab at it, and Suzanne can add in anything I missed. We had as part of our team air quality consultants who did an extensive study and looking at best practice with air quality, and recognizing that the top line air filtration, carbon filtration would be required in these facilities. And from their analysis, I believe it's 99.5% of any possible odors that could escape from the building would be caught by that air filtration and wouldn't extend beyond 150 meters. So our feeling is, and from our review of it, 150 meters is a defensible number. Certainly you could add a higher number, but we don't think it's as defensible as 150 meters would be a defensible number. We have seen municipalities put in higher numbers, higher separation distances, but in our opinion, 150 is a defensible number. Their industry is watching other municipalities, and there have been appeals, and we recognize that. So we're providing to you what we believe is the defensible number for separation distance. Thank you. Suzanne, did you have anything to add? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Keeping that in mind when we're saying about you know, the back, like, you know, for the odors and the lighting and all those sorts of things, how can we, I know that they're saying that we can have a better way of controlling those issues because they've arisen in other locations. How can we enforce that?
Thank you, through the mayor. We do have bylaw enforcement. We do have the ability to enforce non-compliance with the site plan agreement as a planning act violation. So that we do have, the city does have the authority to, or the ability to enforce non-compliance with the terms of our site plan agreement.
So what would that entail? Like, so say someone isn't in compliance and the bylaw officer went out there and said, you know what, you're not in compliance. There's odors emitting from your building. The site, the lights are bothering, you know, the surrounding sensitive areas or whatnot. What happens?
Sorry, I should have added, in addition to enforcing non-compliance for violating the site plan agreement, we also would have, through, provided the amendments are approved, we'd also have the opportunity to enforce for non-compliance with the zoning bylaw amendment as well. So zoning compliance and site plan compliance would be additional enforcement tools that we would have available. Compliance enforcement for compliance under the Planning Act, I'll be honest, it can take time in terms of getting through the courts and the process. That's a reality, but it would at least present a tool that is not currently available to us.
So there's, okay, so we don't have anything right now. So so when we're talking site specific, that has been brought up several times by other councillors, in this situation, 150 meters might seem like a lot to people, but if they're, say they are not in compliance and there is an odor that comes through, there's homes that are very close to that could be affected. So could we make it at least at that site where we have a higher degree of separation for sensitive buildings?
Through the mayor, we're of course limited in terms of our ability to enforce on existing facilities that either may not be operating lawfully or may not be operating in compliance with their existing licenses. So this really won't, none of this will really assist us in dealing with existing impacts from existing facilities, but it will allow us to get a better handle on any new facilities or expansions to existing facilities. So that's where this comes in and will be helpful as we move forward.
Okay, sorry. I guess my question is though, could we, because we've talked about one specific site and you're already saying that the 150 would probably not enable someone to go in there and have a cannabis facility, but could we not make it so that we could have 250, 200, 500, whatever a number that could be used so that it would be like a for sure thing, that it wouldn't be something that would be accessible? I mean, it's very close to residential and, you know, our Happy Ralph's Park and whatnot. So I'm just wondering if there would be a way that we could, you know, put some more teeth in it, because like you said, you know, if there is any infractions, it's very difficult, I would say, to enforce it and it could be a long process, is what you just finished saying.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the property that you're speaking of is directly adjacent to residential properties. So if we put in a 5 meter minimum distance separation, it would still get caught in that. So what we've heard from the consultants who have undertaken the technical expertise in this area, they are saying that 150 meters is what they can defend. And that would capture lands within 150 meters of the florist facility that you are concerned about right now, even though they haven't indicated to us that they have any interest in conversion, and it would also protect residents within 150 meters around Peacock Bay, as well as Happy Rolfs. What the senior planner did allude to as well, though, is that these are regulations, should council approve them tonight, that apply to new facilities moving forward. Facilities that already have existing licenses by the federal government would be continued to permit as is. If any facilities are operating outside of their licensing, then we get the police involved, as well as the federal public health agency involved.
Okay, so I understand those, but I'm just asking, would it be possible just for one specific site, or maybe it could be more, that we could have it higher than 150, just for assurances to the residents?
I think maybe I'll hand it over to Suzanne and Paul. Do you guys, either of you, want to comment on whether or not additional separation distance would be appropriate?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we do say in the report and the policies that through the site plan study, any applicant would be required to do an air study, an odor study within that, and that odor study would be required if there's any sensitive uses within 500 meters of the proposed facility. And if that study determined that they can't provide and assure that 150 is met, then council could look at imposing a higher restriction. But the base number is a minimum of 150.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, you're saying that we can't change it now, but if during the process, if they felt that it needed to be further apart, it could be at that time made higher?
But they would have to show the staff that through their air quality study that there's no impact, and they would have to look out to 500 meters.
Okay, thank you. I'm just, concerned because this is kind of a unique situation within, our city limits and stuff like that. And there's many residents that are affected by this and have been affected by some of the situations that we've gone on. So I'll yield the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I think, Director Pite, following up on Councillor Dodge's questions about enforcement, when we were at the last open house or the previous one, I did ask a question, and I thought that you would be considering adding the administrative monetary penalty system, I think is what the AMP stands for, to enforcement here, which would mean better enforcement, because what Planner Richard described, I mean, it could be a lengthy process, and residents would be suffering through all that.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, that's still an avenue that we can explore. It's just not something that we wanted to delay tonight's report on. As I had said earlier, the interim control bylaw expires 10 days from now, and we wanted to make sure that the results of the land use study were in front of council and a decision made within the appropriate time period. Should council approve the zoning amendment and the official plan amendment before you this evening, as well as the amendment to the site plan control bylaw, that's an avenue that we can start exploring through our bylaw enforcement division.
Thank you for that. And would we need to add something to the motion tonight to get that started, or?
Through the mayor to the councillor, if it would make you more comfortable, you could add that as a staff direction at the end of the evening.
Okay, thank you. And last question, I think, to you again, Director Pite, clarification on interim control bylaws, because I started the process to have the one that expires in a week about 2 years ago, and there was a resident that emailed us saying that that was specifically for agricultural lands, which is was confirmed, and that that would not preclude us from implementing one for employment lands. Is that a possibility if we wanted to do it?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I apologize if I wasn't clear before. In 2018, council had in effect an interim control bylaw for the urban area to look at cannabis retail facilities, lounges, and uses in restaurants. That expired in 2018, and according to the Planning Act, you cannot have another interim control bylaw on the same lands within 3 years. So when we got to February 2020, that was the rationale of why the interim control bylaw we brought on for cannabis production facilities could only apply to the agricultural areas, so that we weren't offending the Planning Act in that regard. The purpose of an interim control bylaw is to put a temporary hold while you study a use. The use that you're contemplating, saying you had mentioned that you were thinking about an interim control bylaw for the employment lands for the urban areas now that that 3-year period is up. The issue is you'd have to commission a study to undertake that work. And that's already been done. That's been done over the past 2 years and is being presented to you tonight. So to go the route of doing yet a third interim control bylaw for cannabis, but being the second in the urban area to study employment uses, is you'd essentially be re-retaining a consultant to do the work that's been done over the past 2 years. The recommendations tonight include zoning regulations, official plan amendment policies, and site plan control discussions that would be included in the employment area already. So it would be completely redundant to move forward in that regard.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. As I said, a resident had written about that, so I wanted to clarify it. Then the last, I guess it's not a question, a comment I would make is I am very uncomfortable with 150 meters. That is not very far, and especially with the enforcement mechanisms that we have, because they can be a lengthy process. I like to make the point that there is a huge grow-up facility along the QEW there, I think around Beansville or somewhere, and they're certainly 150 meters or so from the highway, and you can drive by there and you can smell it on the highway, and they should have the latest, most up-to-date filtration equipment. So the 150 meters is very scary for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the mayor to the councillor, the facility that you're speaking of was actually a greenhouse retrofit. And at the time that it was, the use of that greenhouse was changed over, the city did not, that community did not have either an interim control bylaw in place or a minimum distance separation in place.
Thank you for that, but doesn't the license from the federal government require those facilities to have those filtration systems anyway?
Through the mayor to the councillor, federal license requirements were different for medical production versus commercial production.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, either to Director Kate or Solicitor Salter. So just to get back to this distance, and I just want a clarification here, I guess. We as a council cannot just come up and say, okay, look, we don't like the 150. We want 250 meters, 500 meters, unless it's defensible. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, any decision that council makes we would want it to be defensible. We have seen other communities in the area apply arbitrary numbers that are under expensive legal challenge.
Okay, and I was going to get into that. That if we as a council wanted greater distance, then we would have to be very mindful that the owners of the grow ops could challenge this. So is that an accurate statement?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And then I just have one other question. So should it be the will of this council tonight to not pass this particular report and the staff recommendation? What would be the repercussions of that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, if council does not make a decision this evening on the recommendation before you, and the interim control bylaw expires on the 24th, then the city does not have any regulations in place for cannabis production facilities. So that could mean that anyone could make an application in the agricultural areas or in the employment zoned areas for a cannabis production facility, and we would not have the teeth or regulations that we're proposing tonight to evaluate them, including the 150-meter distance.
And so just to add through you, Mr. Mayor, so stating it another way, that if this did not pass tonight, that any production facility could actually be much, much closer to those sensitive areas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No further questions. So we see the importance. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I have a question with respect to language. When we talk to our residents, they talk about grow ops. And my understanding is planning does not like that word because that word is considered to be somewhat pejorative, somewhat negative. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, we've defined them as we've created two definitions to capture both the licensed cannabis production facilities and the designated medical growers of cannabis. It might be fair to describe the word grow up as perhaps, a catch-all for maybe the illegal activities or the type of growing activities that are not licensed.
So therefore, you don't use that language in your terminology. That's not part of your terminology. So when I look at the terminology, I see production, I see cultivation, et cetera, et cetera. Could you carefully explain what the differences are?
Sure. Perhaps Paul or Suzanne, do you guys want to tackle this one?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So cultivation is the actual growing of the plants, which would happen in the building, and then the processing, it would be the harvesting, the drying, the packaging would be the processing. There's also additional processing that can be maintained, as Suzanne indicated before, and she can certainly jump on to describe those others, such as testing, research on them. I don't know if I've missed anything else. Suzanne, please jump in if I have.
No, that pretty much covers it. Processing, we'd also captured destruction, as we described in our policies. We've captured that as well.
Okay, and the word production, where does that fit in?
Production would be the whole process from the cultivation through to the processing and packaging.
Okay, and you've indicated that the base number is 150 meters, and that where municipalities have used other numbers, they've been appealed. Which other numbers have been appealed?
So Niagara on the Lake had a separation distance of 600. That was appealed. I believe the appeal was subsequently withdrawn. And Pelham currently has an appeal on their zoning bylaw. Their zoning bylaw, if I remember correctly, didn't permit the use as of right. It did require that the use go through a zoning bylaw amendment and had a minimum range through that amendment process that I believe was, I think it was 300 to 500, but that one is under appeal.
Okay, and is that the only two that are being appealed? Are there any numbers greater than 150 that have not been appealed?
Those are the two that I am aware of that have been appealed. I believe that there are also some bylaws in effect that do have 300 as their minimum separation distance to sensitive land uses. I'll just add, and we've detailed this out in our report, some bylaws haven't done one catch-all number. Some have done different separation distances depending on the type of air filtration, the level of air filtration, the indoor versus outdoor. So I can't say offhand which category that 300 separation distance might fall under, but that is detailed out in our report.
I just add, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor that City of Brantford's zoning amendment is also under appeal. They recommended, staff recommended 70 meters, council approved 400 meters, and that's under appeal.
And when do we expect the appeal to be finalized?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the appeal for the town of Pelham was scheduled for a 4-day hearing starting January 24th of this year. They were unable to conclude the hearing at that time. It went far over, so there's another week-long hearing scheduled for July of this year.
So to date, there's no direction by the courts as to what would be acceptable. Is there any jurisprudence on this?
Are you aware of any? I know there were a number of municipalities where it was under appeal. Are you aware of anywhere that the actual decision has been rendered on?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, no, there's none that we are aware of that have actually gone through the OLT, and OLT has made a decision as of yet.
Okay, and we've talked about existing licenses. How many do we have in the city of St. Catharines?
Through the mayor, in our report, we tried to identify the facilities that are licensed. I believe there were 8.
Okay, and the one on the corner of St. Paul in Van Sickle, the northwest corner. So how would these regulations affect that?
Through the mayor, my understanding is that that facility is licensed. So
Yes.
they allowed to, through these regulations, they would be permitted to continue operating as they have been lawfully established and licensed. But because of their proximity to houses on St. Paul West, for example, they would not have any opportunity to further expand once these provisions came into effect. So they would be basically locked into their existing footprint.
Okay, but if they're applying under the new regulations, what would be the result?
The result would be that they could not expand beyond what they currently have already. So they are licensed to occupy a portion of that existing building. Because that existing building is located within 150 meters of a sensitive use, they would not be permitted to expand.
Okay, but my question is, if they were applying for that building now, what would the recommendation be of staff?
So if it did not exist, they would not be permitted. It would not be a permitted use on that property.
So in a sense, they're quite similar to something that would be considered legal non-conforming now that they're established.
That's correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think this question should start with maybe planning staff. I'm not sure if the consultants can answer this question. So when we talk about licensed cannabis, like production facilities, we're talking about typically federally licensed facilities, but municipalities, I think I'm asking this question because Councillor Garcia brought up administrative and monetary penalties. So talking about zoning and site plan control, but we could also, in addition to this, have specific licenses for production and manufacturing facilities like this. And then we can also add or amend administrative and monetary penalties as an additional layer to enforce things like odor control. Have you seen other municipalities do such a thing? It's been recommended by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities as something that municipalities can look into. This was an old document from a couple of years ago. But I know we're talking about the land use and the zoning today, but I think there's concerns from the community on if we go forward with this, what are the tools we'd have in place for enforcement?
Yeah, thank you, through the mayor. That's not something we're looking at this point. It is something that a few municipalities have, that I'm aware of, have implemented in South Niagara. There are probably others that have implemented licensing programs for cannabis production facilities with the eye to improving enforcement options. Like I said, it's not something we are recommending through this study. It's not something we've looked at in detail at this point. I think it's important to get the policy amendments in place, the requirement for site plan control, the zoning changes, and the official plan amendment. I think those would need to be in place regardless, in addition to a potential licensing program. But it's something we could certainly, we may be able to look at.
Okay, thank you. I think that would be important to look at and just provide an additional layer of enforcement and licensing for this. I guess my next question is, the discussion around setbacks is important, and we don't have a ton of land left, and but this is an industry that's exploding. So I guess this question is for the Brian York, the Director of Economic Development. The cannabis industry seems to be evolving. There was a lot of production facilities, and now I think we're moving towards production and like manufacturing and processing. So I worry about adding huge setbacks and an industry not being able to set up here because it can't grow and make the products that are becoming popular. Can you speak to that? Or do you know how the industry is evolving and what the needs are? We invested, or Niagara College has invested in a program. There is an industry here, and we do need jobs on these employment lands. So this is one of my concerns, is to make sure that whatever we're putting in place is reasonable.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. This industry certainly continues to provide good paying jobs for the people of Niagara and beyond. Those jobs are directly tied to that commercial cannabis production program at Niagara College. If they're not investing in it, then it's not a sector of opportunity. And our strategy, our economic development strategy, certainly speaks to those sectors of opportunity that we would like to host here. Certainly within the confines of a bylaw that respects the neighborhood. In terms of where the industry is going, I defer to the consultants to provide an opinion of value here. That's what we paid them for. But we're certainly seeing active interest across Niagara in these types of facilities, and we want to ensure that our community is a welcoming one that respects the neighborhoods at the same time.
Thanks. I'm not sure if the consultants can speak to where they see the industry going, or in terms of, we did have solely, I think, production facilities in greenhouses, but not having manufacturing attached to it, and we had a big greenhouse kind of go under, or it closed shop. So I'm just wondering, we need to be thinking towards our future, making sure that we have the land and the zoning available for an industry to set up and actually succeed.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we haven't done a full spectrum of where the industry is going. I know from some of the larger growers, they're also looking for overseas markets as well as the Canadian market. I think there's an issue maybe with the Canadian market being getting a bit saturated. So they are looking overseas, but it still is a growing industry, I would think, in Ontario, and I think you're going to still see interest to open up industries in Ontario. If that helps, that's a fairly general response, but I hope that helps.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any questions at this moment. Any further questions?
Councillor, if I could add, the interest that we are seeing it's smaller scale, right? So you saw the larger production facilities in the neighboring communities not last. So there's some resiliency in the smaller footprint. And that's the type of business we want to host here in St. Catharines, one that's going to stand the test of time and be successful for decades. So thank you for letting me add that.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. We're going to go on to Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess the question I have is, at the beginning of the presentation, it was discussed about the provincial policy statement. And I just wondered, from that perspective, what does the PPS say in regards to cannabis, these kinds of growing operations and that sort of thing? Because obviously our planning policy has to be consistent with that. So is it just, it's something that we're going to have to deal with? So I guess I'm just curious what the PPS has to say about it.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, and Paul, Suzanne, jump in if you think I've overlooked something here. But the PPS is silent specifically on cannabis. The PPS, the Greenbelt Plan, the Growth Plan, none of them specifically identify cannabis or provide any specific direction on cannabis. What they do talk about, though, is protecting farmland, particularly or tender fruit land, primary agricultural land, a full range of farming opportunities, full range of agricultural uses and intensities. And it talks about the importance of protecting employment lands for a range of employment opportunities as well. So that's some of the main thrusts in terms of the PPS direction is specifically on employment lands and protecting for a diverse range of employment opportunities. The agricultural bit is more directly in the Greenbelt Plan. What it also talks about in the PPS is dealing with adverse impacts between industrial operations and nearby sensitive uses. And so we're trying to, through these policy amendments, we're trying to maintain that diverse range of economic uses in industrial areas by continuing to permit the use in that context, but finding that balance through the introduction of the 150 meters separation distance. So not wiping it out completely, of course, but trying to find a threshold that will allow at least the odor impacts associated with that use be appropriately mitigated.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McPherson. Appreciate that. Seeing no other questions of council. Just a follow-up question in terms of the report. So you had indicated to the consultants that the areas that you looked at for other municipalities that have setbacks are in the Niagara area primarily. And how many outside of Niagara were you able to look at in terms of urban, as St. Catharines is an urban area surrounded by agriculture? So were you able to look at places like Waterloo and Guelph and Kingston that still have that urban rural mix?
So I don't have the full list in front of me. I think we had about 5 or 6 from Niagara region, and about 7 or 8 from outside of the Niagara region. They were chosen based on, because not every municipality had addressed cannabis at the time that we were really conducting the whole review. I don't believe any of the specific municipalities you listed were on our list, but we tried to capture a range of municipalities in different urban and rural contexts. So we tried to be as broad as we could based on the information available that we could find.
Okay, so follow-up question. So not every municipality has gone through this process to set up setbacks for cannabis facilities currently.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it's hard to get a best practice in terms of if the number of setback was to go from 150 to 200. Is that a defendable position for the consultant, and would that trigger an additional report that would then have to come back for consideration?
Mr. Mayor, since our reports have been focused on 150, to have a defensible position, we'd have to look at a different number and give you advice on that.
And if I could follow up, what would that entail? Because clearly you've already done the research as to what's available with other municipalities. So it would be, what would the context of a further report on an additional 50 meters provide?
We would be looking to our air quality consultant to say, is there any difference between 150 and 200 meters from an air quality perspective, so that the basis of our recommendation to you is ground in science.
Okay, So that's an important for the council to hear, is that it's grounded in something that we can't just arbitrarily change. That won't then trigger a further report because it's not tied just to the setback from a resident, but there's a lot of as Mr. Loza said, there's science indicated around the pollution, air pollution, light pollution, noise, all those ancillaries, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
One final question, and I think Director Kitse, if I can direct it to you. In terms of, and I think Councillor McPherson was on this line as well, when you have employment lands and you have agriculture, is it are municipalities allowed to prohibit use on these properties in terms of the Planning Act, or is it more about restriction rather than prohibition?
Thank you. Through the mayor, land uses are typically regulated as set through our hierarchy of policy that we have to respect. So we look first at the provincial levels of policy, then regional, and then city, to make sure that things are in alignment and either do not conflict with, support, or are consistent with. And if I can just add to your previous question, the consultant's report that's appended to the staff report on page 27 of that appendix, the consultants have listed the 22 municipalities that they have reviewed as part of their best practice. And some of them are rural in nature, some of them are more mid-sized with agricultural surroundings. I'm not sure if you want me to read them all, but it does include places like Oakville, Ottawa, Barrie, Brant County, Milton, Georgina, Leamington, Halton Hills, and Caledon. So there are some similarly configured municipalities that have similar characteristics to the city of St. Catharines.
So again, just a follow-up question. I asked about being able to prohibit a activity. If the federal government and provincial government has indicated that the industry is a viable industry, are we allowed to prohibit through things like extensive setbacks that essentially make it a prohibited use rather than a restricted or regulated use?
Through the mayor, no, we cannot do that.
Okay, so let's be crystal clear on that one as well. Okay, thank you. And I will leave it at that. If we can then move to the motion on the floor. Councillor, I believe, who's moving this motion? If I can get a show of hands. Councillor Garcia, and seconded by Councillor McPherson. Any questions or changes to the motion that's for debate?
Yeah.
Not seeing any.
Yeah.
I think we are. Did we not already close the public meeting? I thought we closed the public meeting. Yeah, we already closed it. We closed it right after the presentation. Okay. So Councillor Garcia, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I submitted an amendment that I would like to put up there for discussion.
So we're gonna, does it change anything in here? Because if it does, then we'll move to another mover. And then if
it adds it requests that the setback be 500 meters.
Okay, so that's different than what's the recommended motion. So what we'd have to do is vote this down, and then we would put yours on the floor. So if I can ask Councillor Porter, can you move this motion?
Yes, I can.
Councillor Porter will move that. And then that'll, Councillor Garcia, that'll be voted. If we vote this down, then your motion would come to the floor on the, so you can split the motion to Councillor. We can deal with that one first so that the remainder of the motion stays.
Well, I'm trying to understand procedurally, Mr. Mayor. I don't think the recommendation specifically says anything about setbacks, not in the recommendation itself.
So then what would you be changing if it's not in the recommendation? What would you be changing? I'll look to Director Kitse on this.
Thank you. Through the mayor, one of the recommendations that's included is specifically the second one, that council approve an amendment to the zoning bylaw. It's that document that sets out the 150 meter distance.
Okay. So you want to make an amendment now to this, so we'll vote on the amendment first.
Can I just ask for some clarification, Mr. Mayor?
What's the clarification, Councillor?
Just from hearing from the Director of Planning and the consultants, we need to change it. They want to come back with a report. So I'm just wondering if this bylaw, this interim control bylaw expires or whatever, can we even do this at this point? Or is this, can we do this like a temporary thing?
Through the mayor to the councillor, if council wishes, if it's council's will to defer this evening, the interim control bylaw expires in 10 days on February 24th. At that time, anyone can make an application for a cannabis production facility and not have to abide by any of the regulations that we're proposing this evening. And I would submit to you, it would take longer than those 10 days to come forward with an entirely new evaluation, taking the recommendation from 150 meters to 500 meters. We've already heard from the consultant who has undertaken over a year's worth of work, including public workshops, that 150 meters is defensible. I am not going to speculate on what the outcome would be, but I don't think we're going to see a 500-meter recommendation. Should it be the will of council to go in a different direction, council will have to retain a separate third-party consultant to deliver on the recommendation that they are looking for. But once the interim control bylaw expires in 10 days, then none of the protections will be in place.
Some clarification, Mr. Mayor, please.
Okay, just one person on the floor at the time. I got Councillor Harris. You're fine with that clarification?
I'm fine with it. So to be blunt, and maybe the Director of Planning could say or answer this, we really can't do an amendment up to 500. We'll have to pay for outside a planning opinion, et cetera, et cetera.
Director Kitte?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Harris. Clarification, Councillor Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the clerk, does our council not have the authority to vote on this recommendation and add that we want the setback to be 500 meters and abide by the deadline of the interim control bylaw?
So I think what you've heard from Director Kitte is that we can't just arbitrarily put a number there without having a validation by a consultant that would then justify why the move went from 150 to 500 or whatever the number is going to be. So this and then would mean that this doesn't come into effect because we wouldn't have the support document to change it. That's why if you want this to go to 500, you have to vote this entire thing down and then direct staff to go and do a setback plan for 500 meters.
Well, thank you. Obviously, I don't want to delay things, but I thought we as a council had the authority to do that. Like, it seems to me the consultant is saying that 150 meters is, quote, defensible, but I don't think we should be approving something based on what's defensible. We should be approving based on what protects our residents. So my opinion, anyway.
No, it's a valid opinion. Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a procedural question because I'm getting lost in all of this now, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to look for your guidance and the clerk's guidance. I thought procedurally, Mr. Mayor, that we had to vote this down first as a council. And I thought I heard you say, sir, that we wanted to vote on the amendment first. So can I just get a clarification on that? And by the way, Mr. Mayor, just so you know, I did not receive any amendments, so I didn't even know this was coming. So I just want procedurally, I just need to know what I'm voting on first. Is my understanding is that we're supposed to vote on the recommendation first, and then if it's defeated, then Councillor Garcia's amendment goes on. Is that correct?
You're correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So we're just voting on this recommendation that Councillor Porter is moving, correct?
Just what's in front of us, correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Got lost in all the chit chat.
No, I understand. Councillor Porter, you're up.
I think I have questions related to Councillor Garcia's motion, but if we're not there yet, I'll just wait at this moment.
Yeah, we're not there yet. Councillor Dodge.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Mine was in regards to Councillor Garcia's as well.
Okay, we'll only be dealing with that if this one is defeated. Councillor Littleton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say, while I can appreciate that, you know, ultimately we would like to have none of these facilities in our city boundaries at all. I think that's ultimately what we would like to not have, although I understand there's an economic development portion to this. They come with smells. We all drive down the highway and we smell medical saints and you know, but what we've heard is that if we put this bylaw into place, that's not going to happen here. And that is protecting our residents. And we have we've done our due diligence. We put the interim control bylaw in place. We extended it by a year. We paid the consultants to look at this information. They're experts. They provide us scientific information. And then we start monkeying around with numbers. And I can't understand for the life of me why we do this. And while I understand we want to protect residents, this is going to protect residents. This is not going to allow this type of facility to pop up in the middle of the residential subdivision. It's not going to happen. If we delay this, that's what's going to happen, because if it was me, I'd go, wow, I'm going to get my application in, because then I would have to be dealt with under the guidelines that exist when my application went in. It's just like Councillor Kushner was asking a question about the one in his ward. We just heard that if we had these regulations in, that one would not have been allowed to function. And we heard that if we put it in now, that one would not be able to expand. And I think that this is a really big point, because these people live across the street from one that has been allowed to function, because that's the rules that were allowed or were available at that time. We cannot delay this. The interim bylaw is going to expire, and we have been given a scientific data that about the 150, and this is going to protect residents. It is. So I'm in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Councillor Williamson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Councillor Garcia is not monkeying around with numbers. He's trying to do his best to protect residents, and we have heard loud and clear from many, many residents in the western portion of our ward about lots of complaints, particularly about smell. I understand that the evidence has been around the 150 number, and I appreciate that, and I get the urgency of us bringing this into force since it's time sensitive. At the same time, if we can move to offer more protection, and it seems to be a legal question. Through you, well, I guess we're done asking questions, but if we can leave the door open to make this more rigorous and offer more protection to residents, I think we should do that. And maybe that's going to require direction to staff moving forward to add something to it. And maybe can we do that once we've got the results of these the findings from these legal cases? Maybe that's a possibility.
So Director Kitte, there's a question, which I think is a good question, is that if the current report in front of us is approved, is there an opportunity in the future to look at adjustments to those regulations, requirements?
Through the mayor, yes, we are seeking today to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendment, and we could look at them in the future should we find that they're not performing the way that we would like them to. One of the things that I think might help clarify some matters for some of the councillors is that back in September, the consultants group provided their draft recommendations as well as some options at the public meeting, at the public open house in September. And then back in December, they had presented their recommendation moving forward about the 150. So this is not something that's necessarily new to this process. It has been put through our public consultation for a period of time. It does, as we've said in the document that's attached, I believe is Appendix 4, 22 different municipalities have been looked at in terms of best practices review. It is a newer concern. It's in one of those newer land uses that we're starting to learn from. It's also one that is regulated by 3 different levels of government, and unfortunately not in concert or not in collaboration with one another. So each group of government, each level of government is trying to regulate this within their own scope. So my suggestion is that council adopt the recommendations before you this evening, and let's move forward. And we can, if we find that we're having any types of issues, we can adjust at that time.
Thank you, Director Kite. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Williamson, I believe, is it Councillor Kushner? Are you up?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, my problem is I'm very much in favor of the bylaw, but I'm very nervous about the 150-meter separation. And we've heard that this is determined scientifically, but we know that if these scrubbers or filters are not maintained, there will be smells. And I've heard from people in other communities, they're complaining about the smells already because the scrubbers or the filters aren't working properly. So how do we address that? I'd be very comfortable with 200 meters, but 150, that's 8 residential lots away. And that to me is very, very close. So I want to vote for the bylaw, but I don't want to vote for 150, which is in the appendix. So why can we not have an amendment made to the effect that in the relevant appendix that the change be from 150, say, to 200? And of course, the answer will be, well, that's not defensible. Well, that science is not an exact science. And a lot of science is not exact, but we pay attention to it. We pay attention to it with respect to the Minister of Health, with respect to COVID. But in this case, I question how exact that 150 is. And I'm told that's the best science we have. So if that's the case, and our lawyers are saying that if we give any other number, it'll be under appeal. And if it's under appeal, the only evidence we have is 150, which makes me nervous. So how can I reconcile my support with the nervousness of having only 150?
Councillor, good question. The question I'd like to ask to either Director Kite or the solicitor is, the only time it would be challenged is if someone made an appeal. But if this was approved tonight and no one made an appeal within the appeal period, and we said 200 instead of 150, do we need justification?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think what Director Kite is trying to say here is that we have in front of you, our consultant has done extensive work on this, and we have in front of you a comprehensive report which we feel very strongly supports the 150 setback. And there's no guarantee that somebody isn't going to appeal this bylaw. The bylaw that you pass this evening, if this is the bylaw you pass, could still be appealed. But we feel very confident that we have done the work to defend that setback. If council chooses another number, obviously, and the bylaw is appealed, the obligation on the city is going to be to defend that number. Right now, we have nothing before us to support a different number. It will become, I guess, my job, preparing a defense and a case before the OLT to try to find that, right? And I mean, obviously we'll do our best to do so, but right now I can't say to council that we have it in front of us here now. So if there's an appeal, we will need to follow through with this consultant or perhaps other experts to bring forward the appropriate evidence we need to support whatever number it is that council chooses. Mr. Mayor, of course, if the bylaw is not appealed within the time period under the Planning Act for appeals, then the bylaw is in force and effect. And this discussion is moot. But obviously, we never know at the time when we're going to pass the bylaw whether or not we're at risk of appeal.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes, but we could say 200, and then if that's appealed, then perhaps we can get an update on the scientific evidence at the time, and then make another decision then, either to withdraw. Now, when you say Niagara on the lake, the appeal has been withdrawn. Is it the appeal that's been withdrawn, or their contention that it should be 600 meters? What's been withdrawn?
Through the mayor, I don't know if Paul or Suzanne, if you're still with us, if you have the insight on that one. My limited understanding of that specific case is that the individual that originally appealed the Niagara on the Lake bylaw did not participate in the hearing, so the file was closed by the tribunal. But I might have that mixed up with another case. So I would welcome clarification from Paul or Suzanne if you have details that specific one.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor to the councillor. The appeal was withdrawn, so the 600 meters is in effect. I'm not sure the basis on which the appeal was withdrawn, but the appeal was withdrawn, so 600 meters is in place in Niagara on the Lake.
There you go.
Well, okay, that's, I got, when the indication was that the appeal was withdrawn, I was somewhat concerned that the position by the city to go with 600 was withdrawn. But now I hear that the appellant has withdrawn. So the 600 meters still stays. And if that's the case, I'm very comfortable with going from 150 to 200. And if that's the case, Mr. Mayor, I would make, I'm prepared to make an amendment that in the appropriate appendix, that the 150 be changed to 200.
Okay. We'll keep that on the table, Councillor. We'll go to Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am hearing about concerns about odor, and I think given some of the issues in the past, it does make sense as staff are starting to look at more licensing and administrative and monetary penalties over time. I think a next phase of this is to ask for a staff report on adding a licensing scheme for these production and manufacturing facilities for cannabis. And the licensing scheme would require that there's some kind of annual maintenance of the odor control and record keeping that needs to be submitted, like some documentation that's part of the licensing that has to be submitted. So it sets the tone and the standard that, you buy new odor control equipment, but we expect you to maintain it, and we're going to check, and this is part of some kind of annual license. And I think that will help mitigate some of the concerns. And it's an additional layer of enforcement and more enforcement tools to us. I know this is something that takes time, and we have other priorities for bylaw control. They're undertaking a big effort right now, but I would like a staff report, and I think that could help alleviate some of the concerns.
Okay, so under staff report, can you make that request, Councillor?
Yes.
Councillor Miller, you're up.
Yeah, I guess I'm having a little trouble with where we're getting these numbers from. I know we've sort of addressed that a little bit, but we're talking about 200, we're talking about 500, we're talking about 600. the science, I mean, I'm not going to get into the philosophy of science, but I think there's some inquiry usually that goes into science, and that's happened for the most part. That's why we paid all this money to these consultants who brought back this figure at 150 meters. Odor can be dissipated to the level of 99.5%, which is pretty high. And at over 500 meters, it's almost gone. So let's say that's 99.9%. So we're talking about 0.04% odor dissipation, and we're potentially going to risk having to do this all again over 0.04% odor dissipation over 350 meters. I mean, that certainly doesn't seem worth it to me. If the concern is that the scrubbers and the filters aren't going to work, I mean, then they're not going to work. They're not going to work at 50 meters. They're not going to work at 600 meters at that point. So that's sort of a different issue if we're concerned about that. I just don't know how we arrived at 150 meters is not okay, but 200 meters is fine. I can't really follow the logic there. I can imagine how this appeal would go if anyone saw this meeting. So I'm really concerned we're going to vote and risk a lot of money and time that our staff certainly doesn't have, and money that the city certainly doesn't have. To what end? I'm not really clear. Maybe to look like we're doing something, I suppose, on behalf of residents. But I think this report's pretty thorough in what we're doing on behalf of residents and our ability. And again, I'm not to be, I'm an urban dweller myself. I'm not to be unsympathetic, but agricultural lands tend to not have good odors. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. I think being able to dissipate at 99.5% is pretty good, in my opinion, and it's certainly defensible. And I don't think we have that for anything else. So I'm just going to be asking them to move the staff recommendation and not send ourselves into a quagmire. I think Councilor Porter's brought up some good points about further enforcement and mitigation efforts, perhaps in the future. But I'm concerned we're acting just for the purpose of acting, and we're going to end up wasting a lot of the time in the city's money.
Good point, Councilor Miller. Okay, that's it for the questions. So what we can do now is I'll need some help from the city clerk in terms of.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, can I ask the city clerk something, please?
Yeah, I was going to get clarification anyway. So
yeah, just following up on what Councilor Kushner asked, and I'm not sure that there was a clear answer. Like I'm in the same position. I would like to, obviously, I want the bylaw to go through. I'm the one who started this whole thing, and then Councilor Kushner helped me with it. And I don't want to delay it, but is there a way that I can support this recommendation and not support the 150 meters? I'm not sure there was a clear answer to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the way I've heard the discussion go, I believe that this motion is the 150, and I believe it's in paragraph 1 and 2. If there is an amendment to the to 200, I would have to ask Director Kate one more time with this. I know we could pass the bylaw, do a housekeeping, but or we could look at it later. I'm not quite sure I know council can amend it. However, if they amend it, what does that mean in terms of your timing of your 10 days? I'm sorry, I thought you had to take that back again, or is 200 and 150 close enough?
Through the mayor to the clerk, my understanding is that council can change the number tonight. I think what we're saying is that as staff, we cannot recommend it because we cannot defend it. If it be the will of council to put in 200 meters, then it is what it is. I think if we end up in an appeal situation, certainly this footage will be part of the record that goes to the OLT, and there will be a lot of dialogue around proving what the difference is between 150 and 200.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Garcia, is that clear?
Yes, I believe
200.
so.
Oh, so
as I said, I just can't hold this up because I think it's critical, but it's
Absolutely.
unfortunate, and of course, we're running out of time. Mr. Mayor, one more point. The report request that Councilor Porter wants, we'll do that on the report request because there, I do want to add the amps to that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Kushner, we're in a state where we can approve this as is, or you can make an amendment to go to 200, but the justification will be difficult in terms of we'd have to go for additional information. So are you prepared to do that, or do you want to?
Yes, I would, Mr. Mayor. I'd make the amendment that it be changed to 200. And the question that I would ask is, if the science is so exact and so convincing, why would the appellant in Niagara-on-the-Lake withdraw their appeal when Niagara-on-the-Lake has the bylaw of 600 meters? That's what I can't understand. I can't understand the logic of the appellant.
Through the mayor
So-
to the councillor, I don't think we can answer why the appellant
Sure.
withdrew their appeal. It could have been for financial reasons. They could have moved with outside of the community and no longer cared. It could be a million different things. So I don't think that should factor into tonight's decision making.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Kitse. And just one more, I'd like to have a clarification if one of the consultants can come back on, because I think there was a comment that was made, I think, by Ms. McDonald, and the comment by Ms. McDonald when asked why the 150 was chosen, it wasn't about the science, it was about looking at what was being widely used as a number. So I'm just asking for clarification. Was the 150 more of a best practice than a scientific point of view?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to you, Mr. Mayor. The clarification was Ms. McDonald was asked what other measures are out there, and is this similar to others? And that was her response. And many others have 150. I was particularly asked, where does the 150 come from? And I said that the 150 comes from our odor consultants who provided us with that number, which happens to meet up with many of the other municipalities that have 150. Hope that clarifies.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so we'll deal with the red one first, and that'll be the amendments. We have to deal with that one first, and then we'll go to the remainder of the motion. So I'll look to the clerk. Councillor Kushner is moving this amendment. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Garcia. Okay, to the clerk.
Okay, to the amendment. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
No.
And that's lost. Now on the staff motion. At the
On the
100.
remainder of the motion.
On the
as it
remainder of the
stands.
motion, yes, for the 150.
Okay.
Okay.
Call the question.
Okay. And the Councillor Garcia.
Yes, reluctantly. Okay.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried unanimously.
Okay, very thorough. We're gonna have to get a lot of communications out on this one to Director Oakes or CAO Oakes in terms of the decision of council. Complex issue. Welcome back, Councillor Phillips. Complex issue that'll need to be explained very well to the public as well. We're going to now move on to discussion reports. It's 9:15, so we want to make sure if we can get through this one, and because it is going to be one with discussion, but we do have 3 delegations. So we're going to start with the delegations, and then we're going to have a brief presentation by Director Martuccio, and then we'll have the discussion of council. I will now call on Randy Meshke, and Mr. Meshke or Randy Meshke, come on. I apologize, Ms. Meshke.
Hi there. Thank you. So yeah, it's Rand Meshke here. Thanks for having me. So the city completed a project last year to protect the shoreline in Port Dalhousie due to erosion. This project resulted in a barricade of rocks that is now at the base of the staircase at Macefield Avenue. As a result, the city blocked off the top of those stairs, presenting public access to the water at this location. An motion was brought to reinstate water access here. Last November, several of you councillors expressed concern that a risk assessment would need to be done regarding all existing staircases along the shoreline, including the one we were asking you to replace. You felt this information was required before you can make a decision on whether or not the city should reinstate water access at Macefield. So what was the conclusion of the recent risk assessment report? It was that these other staircases are generally unsafe. Does it say what it would take to make them safe? No, it just says we should just remove them. Problem is though, if you remove these staircases, you can't then walk away and provide no alternative solution. We went to you asking for a specific solution to the Macefield stairs being taken away. What is now being proposed in the most recent risk assessment report is the complete opposite. Total removal of water access along the shoreline. If you simply go around the city and shut down anything you deem to be unsafe rather than bringing it to a reasonably safe standard, St. Catharines is going to be a very sad place to live, in my opinion. If you take away all water access along the shoreline, the city is completely wasting this valuable resource. Go anywhere in the world and shorelines are protected. Water access is encouraged, not prohibited. So why should St. Catharines be any different? Are we really that strapped for cash that we can't replace a staircase? Do you value the physical and mental health of your citizens? Do you want to encourage enjoyment of life and a natural resource? Then you should want to encourage safe enjoyment on the shoreline by approving the original request. Anthony Martuccio's original memo proposed options on how to reinstate water access. And we asked you for the cheapest proposed solution, which would cost the city $200,000. I didn't want to play the personal injury lawyer card, but I will if I have to. Removing these staircases doesn't mean that there won't be claims against the city, because like I said, people will find their own ways to the water. If you truly are concerned about people injuring themselves getting down to the water in these areas, then you must provide people with a safe way to access the water along the shoreline. That is the way you will avoid claims against the city. It's not by tearing down staircases and leaving people to find their own ways down the slope to the water, and then promise to come up with a solution at some distant point in the future. You need to deal with this problem now. Interestingly, despite the finding in the report that the existing staircases are unsafe, the city has no record of a single prior injury complaint on any of these 5 staircases. And I got this information from a report that was published by the city in November 2021, which also says staff have performed a very high level visual review on the condition of the steel staircases, and that the results of that review identified the staircases range between fair to very good physical condition. Interesting. And I'm a member of the St. Catharines Tennis Alliance. Last year, we asked the city to refurbish tennis courts because they were left in a terribly unsafe condition and were not playable. The city listened and agreed to refurbish tennis courts around the city because it was recognized by you that these are unsafe to use. City didn't decide, let's remove all unsafe tennis courts because they're unsafe and not provide a safe alternative, thankfully. Why? Because the city knows that recreational activity and health of residents is important. All we're asking you to do is apply that same logic here. The original memo by Anthony Martuccio said reinstating water access is not a priority because there are other access points, other staircases along the shoreline. So the one at Macefield is not that important. No need to replace it. That was the gist of the original memo. I interpret that as saying that if these other staircases are no longer there, then this would now be a priority. In other words, take away those other staircases, which is what was recommended in the more recent report, and our request to replace water access in the Macefield area should be seen as an even greater priority. The report's conclusion that the old staircases are unsafe should actually lend further support, not less, for putting in place a new and safe solution. Interestingly, the risk assessment report doesn't address at all the risk associated with the proposed solution, the $200,000 replacement staircase to reinstate water access at Macefield. It only assesses the risk associated with the old staircases. What does the risk assessment report say about what we've asked you for? Nothing. The only thing it says is the motion to reinstate water access should be defeated, and only reasons provided are extremely vague and insufficient. The reasons are twofold. One, other asset renewal challenges that the city currently faces, and two, the outstanding compensation works. We would like to see a better explanation for why the request of so many residents to reinstate water access in this area is just being brushed off. There's not even a time suggested for when the city would be revisiting the motion. So is it because you think that people don't care about this? Because they do. I asked people to like a Facebook post if they support reinstatement of water access at Macefield, and it got about 50 likes. And that's just the people that I have as friends on Facebook. There are more people who want this. And more importantly, I don't know a single person who doesn't want to reinstate water access here. So please, I just ask you to listen to your citizens, provide funding for the solution instead of making the problem worse by limiting water access even further. Even if water access isn't something you personally value, I urge each of you councillors to listen to your taxpaying citizens who care about this deeply. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Williamson, your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Meshke. Ms. Meshke, have you used the stairs yourself? It's kind of a softball question.
Yeah, that was an easy one. Yeah, absolutely. This was a good one of the main reasons that I purchased my house in the area is a staircase that it just provided really easy access to the water. And if you have any interest in water activities, like most people in Port Dalhousie do, you're using those staircases.
Okay, and you mentioned about bringing them up to a reasonable state, and we know reasonable person is a test of the law regularly. What would you envision? Are we talking about doing some routine repairs? There's a suggestion that there's some wear and maybe some issues with treads. There are steel stairs, and I know that they aren't subject to rust because too much rust anyway, because people aren't walking on down there with salt in their shoes like there are some other staircases. So just what's your perspective on what it would take to get them into a reasonable state? Is it through just some simple maintenance, or what exactly would you think is required?
Yeah, like visually, if you look at them, they don't look like they're falling apart. So I don't think it's ripping them out and putting in a new staircase, although it looks like you would have to do that for the Macefield staircase given the rocks in the area. But for the other ones, I think it's just a matter of you've made a list in the risk assessment report of the deficiencies. Correct those deficiencies. I don't see what the big deal is.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Meshke, for coming to council today and speaking. Councillor Williamson took my one question, but my other question was, during the winter months, staff have recommended the closure of the stairs just to block them off for safety. What are your thoughts on that, the closure during the winter months, just from a safety aspect?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you want to prioritize safety and you don't have the resources to go and make sure they're free of ice and snow, then that's probably in the city's best interest. Beyond, I guess you'd have to just set limits for the time frame. And if you have signage up, I think that you've done your due diligence. You don't need to do anything further, and you certainly don't need to remove the staircases completely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Garcia, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Meshke. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Just one question, since you said that you work with personal injuries. If there is, obviously, any stairs we put there will have some risk. Like we could have brand new concrete stairs and people could still slip and fall and hurt themselves or whatever. Does signage help in any way? If the stairs had a sign on top that said either use at your own risk or danger, slippery when wet, or whatever the appropriate signage was?
Yes, absolutely. So that's one of the first questions we ask when we're meeting with prospective clients about an injury in an occupier's liability case. So we ask, was there signage in the area that should have alerted you to be a little more cautious? And if the answer is yes, that's, maybe sometimes the reason that you say, okay, that was probably on you to avoid this incident, right? Or there's some contributory negligence at the very least.
Thank you. And one general question, do the courts in general recognize that there is risk in everything, essentially? Like, obviously, every time I get in my car, I'm taking a chance that I'm going to get in an accident, but that doesn't mean I don't drive. Is
Yes.
that a good assumption? Or?
Yes, for sure. So all of the circumstances are taken into account, right? Down to the person's footwear, right? If somebody's walking down with stilettos, then all of that gets taken into account. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Miller.
And start a new business selling stair insurance. That's a good idea. I just one question. You seem to have a pretty good handle on, I guess, how the community feels. And of course, we got some emails about it. Just what's the feeling around the original, when we were talking on budget night, was having one staircase, basically going kind of from 4 to 1. I mean, how would that be received, generally speaking, do you think?
Okay, so are you suggesting removing all of the other staircases and putting just one along the shoreline?
Yeah, if the feeling is that we have to remove them because there's nothing we can do to mitigate the risk and it's too great, but perhaps if we have a new staircase that's accessible and everything else, we'd have more control over how safe it is, and again, that it meets the standards that we need it to.
Yeah, so I think to that, I probably speak for everybody to say that you don't want to remove the existing staircases because that is city infrastructure that has been there for years and years. And a lot of the people that purchased their properties did so with that in mind. So if you're limiting it to just one, you're significantly changing the landscape. If you really don't have enough funds to repair those other staircases, which I question, I question that, and you provide one really good, safe access point, then it's better than nothing. But in my view, that's not enough.
Okay, fair enough. That's an honest answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Littleton.
Just a quick question. If we're asking for legal advice, this is no offense to Ms. Meshke, but just point of order, shouldn't we be going in camera and asking our own solicitor?
I'd be looking at the clerk to notify us if we would need to be asking our solicitor for the advice, but councillors are free to ask delegates their opinion. We should never be taking the opinion of a delegate. We should be directing back to the solicitor, because that's the opinion we should be taking, because the delegate does not speak for the city nor give advice to the city as a lawyer.
Correct.
And I agree with that. I'm not the lawyer for the city, and mine is just experience based on the last 6 years of my practice.
Okay, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Meshke, would you sort of recognize that there's a difference in risk between a tennis court that requires a renewal versus a stair front down to the water, where there's other types of risk, that the risk is actually, as a council, we would consider those different risks?
Well, I would just go back to the fact that there hasn't been a single incident of personal injury on these staircases.
But an injury on a tennis court versus an injury to a set of stairs that goes to rocks or just basically into water that could be deep is drastically different. There's different types of risks there.
I think that there's like some level of the kind of people that use the staircase are very physically fit and active. So you have to also take that into account. Like, we're not talking about elderly people that have limited mobility that are going down these staircases. It's people that are really interested in recreational water activity. And so they are of a fitness level that you would expect them to be able to navigate these staircases. And if they're not using these staircases. You know, tennis courts are used by everybody, right? So there's a different, the people that you're inviting onto the property are of a different category, in my view.
Okay. I guess my next question, I'm not sure if you follow the city's budgeting, capital budgets and operating budgets. Just wondering if you're aware that we have had to defer hundreds of thousands of dollars in capital projects over the last few years because of, we do have budget issues, and also because of COVID. We've had to raid reserves, for example, to keep taxes at a reasonable level. I'm just wondering if you're aware of that.
I'm aware of it, and I'm also aware that this was an emergency project that required $2 million of city money. I am a taxpayer, and obviously I'm not looking for anything that is over and above what is required. That's why we went with the $200,000 proposed option as opposed to anything more lavish.
So when you say we went with the 200,000 proposed option, that was for the Macefield stairs?
Correct.
So I do have lots of emails and communications from people who think that the Macefield stairs are now not the most useful set of stairs given to where they lead to, and we should be investing in other stairs. So there seems to be like kind of a massive disagreement. There's a consensus that we need stairs and reasonable access to the waterfront, but there seems to be a disagreement on which stairs that we should be investing in, and this is coming from community members. Is that your sense that some people want the stairs that are close to their house? And I just looking for direction on how we can consult with the community to make appropriate decisions.
Yeah, I think the decision is ultimately yours. But in terms of consulting with everyone on which staircase to prioritize, you're probably going to get different answers, but you have to choose, you have to make a decision ultimately. And the only memo that I'm aware of that actually sets out a proposal to reinstate water access at Macefield Avenue discusses the options that I went through. So I don't know what would be required to actually make those other staircases accessible or safe.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any other further questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other further questions of Ms. Meshke? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for your delegation. Greatly appreciated. We're going to move on to the next delegation, and that's going to be Miss Lynn McCleary. Miss Lynn McCleary, I think you're up. There you are.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you. I'm honored to share 6 of the many reasons that the stairs to the lake should be preserved. They're good for physical and mental health of St. Catharines residents. They're good for connectedness of community members. They make access to the benefits of the lake more equitable. They're part of the heritage of Port Dalhousie, and they're good for the environment. Several years ago, when I finally had job security and was able to take on a mortgage, I decided that I would stay in St. Catharines. It's a great place to live because it's bordered by lovely paths on the canal, the beauty of the escarpment, and the awesome shore of Lake Ontario. Port Dalhousie had affordable small homes, and I was drawn to it because of how easy it is to go down the stairs in the neighborhood to swim, read a book, look for sea glass, or just sit partway down the stairs to enjoy the vista and the sound of the lake. This pertains to the first logical reason for you to preserve the stairways. Research overwhelmingly shows that people who live in cities and neighborhoods with more parks and natural areas, what the researchers call green space, have better physical and mental health than people who live where there's less green space. Being in natural areas measurably improves well-being and health. And furthermore, the benefits are greatly increased when the natural area includes a body of water, like the stairways you're considering. I've noticed that the stairs are used by neighbors and by those who don't live in my neighborhood. I know this because I talk to the people who are kayaking, paddle boarding, enjoying the water, or with their children or grandchildren collecting sea glass. I've enjoyed connecting with people from my neighborhood who I wouldn't otherwise have had a chance to talk to, and people from other areas of St. Catharines and even out of town. As I've experienced, this is consistent with research that shows that having access to green space improves sense of community and social connectedness. This agenda item is about inequity. It's part of a long-standing process of diminishing access to the lake and its benefits for ordinary St. Catharines residents. I'm sure that 40 years ago, when the Lakeshore Park on Peel Street was sold for development, people consoled themselves that at least children could still climb up and down the hill to the beach below the houses that now block the view of the lake, and that there were still the stairs to the lake in the neighborhood. Over the years, port property owners who abut public land on the water's edge and public land at the stairways have landscaped to make the public property appear private, thereby blocking average residents from accessing the benefits of the lake. Pathways that lead to the public shoreline areas have become overgrown, and parks along the lake and at the end of roads that dead end at the lake, where you used to be able to see the lake, now you just see trees. Soon it will only be wealthy lakeshore property owners who can benefit from the lake, and ordinary people will be hard-pressed to catch a glimpse of the lake. The heritage of Port Dalhousie as a lakeside community is being lost. You can act to keep access to the benefits of the lake equitable. One final reason to keep stairway access: it's green. I can walk to the stairs at Graham Ave in 5 minutes. I could walk to the stairs at Macefield in 3 minutes, the stairs at Simcoe Street in 15 minutes. The walk to Lakeside Park is 25 minutes. Walking 25 minutes home in a wet bathing suit, especially on cooler autumn evenings, is not something I want to do. And I don't think many people want to carry their paddleboard there that far. People will resort to driving to Lakeside Park. This past year, having a health condition that prevented me from walking to the park, I tried driving, but even with an accessible parking pass, parking was not possible. The pressure on parking is only going to increase. Options for St. Catharines residents to access the lake in Port Dalhousie at other places make sense for a green, walkable St. Catharines. Please resist being reactionary, instead be forward-thinking. Recently, millions of dollars were spent to protect the shoreline and a few houses, destroying the beach and stairway access. It's not logical that it's worthwhile to spend millions of dollars to protect these homes, but at the same time, it's not worth it to spend much less to ensure that ordinary residents can access the lake. It just doesn't make sense. You can be like the boulders of our former beach, protecting erosion of the shoreline. You can decide to stop the erosion of access to the benefits of the lake. The stairways are good for mental and physical health. They contribute to social cohesion and connectedness. They make access to the benefits of the lake equitable for St. Catharines residents. They're part of our heritage. They're a way to be a walkable green community. I urge you to consider other options.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. McCleary. We have a Councillor Garcia with a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Ms. McCleary. Thank you for your excellent, heartfelt presentation. You mentioned two stairways that I'm fairly familiar with. I'm particularly familiar with the Simcoe one because it's very close to my house and I've used it many times. I just want to clarify because of some comments that were made in the report about the landing of Graham and Simcoe as to whether they landed in the water and there was no landing. And my understanding, and if you can just confirm that and clarify it, is that depending on the level of the lake, and if the water is high, you may end up in the water, and if it's low, you could end up on the beach. But even if it is the water, for example, I've used the Simcoe ones and walked down and then just walked into the water or jumped into the water, depending. But can you comment on that, please?
The Simcoe stairs, I've only ever been down there when there's at least a little bit of beach there. So I've been 2 summers ago before I got sick. I was there almost every day in the summer. But I don't know, like that's all I've experienced. The Graham Street stairs, I didn't know until this issue came up that they were actually public stairs. The only way that I had seen them was from swimming past them in the water, like being from the water, and I thought that they were privately owned. So I don't know what they're like at the bottom there.
Just gotta unmute, Counselor.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Counselor.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. McCleary. I can say from experience that I remember times when you could literally, if the water was low, you could walk all the way from the far end of the cottages right into Lakeside Park along the beach. So it just depends on the water level, but sometimes they're landing on the water and sometimes they're landing on a beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Littleton.
Thank you. I really liked a lot of what you had to say. I thought you had a lot of really interesting points. Ms. McCleary, I want to ask you, what do you think should be done if we don't have enough money to, let's say we can't save all the stairs, for example, what do you think we should do? I'm interested in what would you do?
Well, I think that as many as possible should be preserved. Like the thing about being walkable and being able to get to them is that the fewer there are, then the more that people are pushed to drive either to the park that's in the park where you go for concerts in the West Lincoln Park there, which I'm sorry, it's like past my bedtime. I can't remember the name, or they're pushed to go to drive to Lakeside Park. And so I think that the more that can be preserved, the better it is, because once they're gone, you know, then are they ever going to come back? No, not likely. And so as many as possible, I think should be preserved. That's my view. I'm not sure. Like it's really hard for me as just, you know, a person who lives in a small house that's in the Heritage District that can't be changed to looking to see that, like, there was tons of money to protect erosion. I know that must have been very hard on the city for that, but it's hard to think that for all the benefit that green space gives us, that it's not worthwhile. But I'm speaking from my experience, like that, from my place as a resident and a mental health nurse. Like I just don't, like, it just doesn't make sense to me that these aren't worth preserving. Just like the walkway along the canal, or, you know, any of these other places where people get tremendous benefit.
Yeah, and I think that I agree with you. I think we need to we need to find a solution here. So I'm just I don't know what that solution is going to be, but I hope that you would consider keeping like all of the people who have come tonight, but I think you had a few really unique points, and I hope that you continue to come and talk to us, and maybe if there's some way that we can create I don't know if it's going to be a task force or we do lots of public consultation. I hope that you'll continue to be engaged in that, because I think you had a lot of really valuable things to say tonight. So thank you.
I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. And Councilor Williamson, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Ms. McCleary. Ms. McCleary, we know that the staff report suggests maintaining Colton and Pauling, the two walkways that go down to the plateau, raised plateau above the lake. The two in question, Graham, which as you have outlined, has basically, people have assumed that it's been under private control. Would it seem to you that it'd be a pretty simple and inexpensive fix to open that area up to on the public road allowance so that people have access to Graham Avenue and to maintain the Simcoe Street access as well? My point is this. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I think that the places that go to the plateau, you have to be fairly agile to get over the stone, the rocks that are there to get into the water. And so to actually be able to get in the water, I think is important for people to be able to put their paddle boards in the water or to be able to go in and swim. There's a great benefit to seeing the lake, but there's also a great benefit to being in the lake or on the lake.
Okay, and have you yourself had any issues in terms of making your way down, mobility-wise, down the stairs?
No, I haven't. Although this last year I was quite sick. I wouldn't have been able to do it this last year, but any other year I would have been able to. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the questions, councillors. And thank you, Ms. McCleary, for bringing a very strong perspective to the discussion we're having today. Greatly appreciate it. Okay, we're now going to move on to our final delegation. Mr. Chris O'Connor, if you can come onto the screen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council. My name is Chris O'Connor, and I'm here this evening to advocate for unfettered access to the public waterfront via the lake access stairs in Port Dalhousie, particularly at Macefield Avenue, as they are a priority. I have 3 points I'd like to discuss with probably some meat in between. Number one is safety. I'm a huge water safety advocate. I know the effects of cold water on the body. I know the effects of treading too long. Having lived by the water my whole life, was well trained. And the distance, if Macefield stairs were to be closed, would be quite significant between the two most relevant staircases, which would be at the end of Pauling and at Simcoe. If you're not familiar, the distance between those two staircases without access to Macefield is 1.4 kilometers. Now take the instance from a liability standpoint. If Macefield were to be closed and someone were to be in distress or needed to access the shoreline, and particularly reach roads to access emergency vehicles, they would have a 1.4 kilometer hurdle to get over before they could reach help without Macefield. Even with Macefield's, which way am I going here? Beautiful new installation, it still provides recourse to access the top of the bank with existing staircases. So this is a huge safety issue for me, as it would leave a gaping hole in lakeshore access. My second point is proximity. I'm a resident that's very close to Macefield, so yes, I have a bias. But beyond that, it would force me as a resident to actually walk down to Lakeside Park, or force me to use Lakeside Park as a launch access for any of my water sports, any recreation that I want to take part of, even swimming. It's also a huge lifestyle reason of why people live here in Port Dalhousie. It's lakeshore access. It doesn't matter if it is for swimming, is for recreation, just sitting or viewing. We need access to it and have a right to it. Thirdly, the investment that was made over the last few years here behind me, is a huge investment and actually could be levered upon to with a further investment to create quite a significant space. I'm not here to detail that particular concept tonight, but just saying to point your attention to this is a significant opportunity that is behind me between the Considine and Christie Streets reshoring project that was taken part of. The only people that have actually voted or, brought up that there is a problem with the stairs are the consultants. As Ms. Meshke pointed out, no one has complained here in the neighborhood about the state of these staircases other than the consultants from the city. There are certainly steps that we can do to rehab this fairly short order, as a few councillors had asked for some steps to do so, because what we've been offered right now is a binary solution: fix it all or nothing. There's certainly some space in between. So having a landing is fine when it leads directly to the water, but frankly, water levels are not going down anytime soon. So we have to deal with that. And actually, in many communities, stairs going into the water actually provides an easier access to these elements. So stairs going into the water with no sand to land on is completely fine. Frankly, I would encourage that, even with the Christie Street and Macefield stairs here with the shoreline obstacles. If we see weak stairs, as consultants probably have, yes, there certainly are deficiencies in these staircases, hence why we're here. But if there are weak stairs sections, we need to patch them. But certainly the staircases at Macefield particularly, they're not completely useless. There are solutions that we can use to patch these stairs. I'm not here prepared to give you a full detailed plan of those solutions, but given more time, I'd be certainly happy to provide a more detailed plan. But today I wanted to go over the safety issues, the proximity, pushing more traffic into Lakeside Park, which would be absolutely ridiculous. As a resident of Port Dalhousie, do not need to park down in Lakeside Park, and it is further for some people that have accessibility issues to walk. We need access to the shorelines as soon as we can in proximity to the neighborhood. It's why people live here, and it's why we pay the taxes we pay. Also, there's a clear investment that was made. Let's go a little further and make it absolutely stunning for this community. Any reduction in lake access would negatively impact life in Port Dalhousie, and I'd be happy to answer your questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Connor. We got Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. O'Connor, for being here today. My question is similar to what I asked Ms. Menschke. In the sense of the winter access, closing off the access, when you see the report, staff recommendation to close off access in the winter months, are they often frequently used during the winter months, the access to the water?
For the only reason that they're not maintained. So I'm sure I myself would be included in that. I would love to be down there during the winter because I can walk from the Macefield Avenue staircases right to Lakeside Park. As Carlos had mentioned, it was possible in the past when we did actually have a beach. I was doing that all the time. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury anymore, but to your point, Councillor, the only reason they're not accessed a lot in the winter is because they are not maintained.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other further questions of the presenter? The only question I would have is that if there was a plan to rehabilitate, but it did take a year or two to achieve the plan, even 3 years, because of the scale of the project, would the community be comfortable with stairs being closed that are in disrepair at this point in time until they are fully rehabilitated?
I'm sure there's a solution in there somewhere, but of course I don't speak for everybody. I'm sure there's a stepwise process that we can take to at least find common ground.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, I'll take a motion to receive all three delegations. Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. We now go to the staff recommendation on the floor, and if I could pull the staff recommendation up, that is, Councillor Porter, I think you're making that motion.
Mr. Mayor, could you call a motion for curfew as well shortly?
Oh, yeah.
Before we get into the discussion.
Motion for curfew for a half hour, taking us to 10:30. Councillor Garcia, Councillor Dodge, all in favor. Got to have. The next motion is unanimous, so
yes.
Let's try and get this resolved, because at 10:30, I don't think you got my vote anymore. So let's try and get this resolved in the next 20 minutes on this issue. Councillor Porter. Got your hand.
Thanks. I do have a change to the motion, but I think I need to ask staff if this would kind of align with, if they would support it. Because if not, then I'm not sure if I can move it. It's more, I don't know if Evan has it and could pull it up. And the reason why I feel like we need a temporary closure of the stairs to allow for a needs assessment. And the reason I'm asking for this is, you know, I'll give you an example. We're replacing park infrastructure in my ward, and we initially had a tennis court in this one particular park, but we did some public consultation and looked at the needs of the community and the changing demographics of our neighborhood, and looked at other things that were happening. There was an adjacent basketball court owned by a school that was about to be closed, so we had to make some changes. And so in this case with these stairs, they were never really transferred as city assets. And I don't know what the reason was for that, from Port Dalhousie to the city of St. Catharines. And it's almost like it was hidden, and that people in Port Dalhousie didn't really want other people to know about it. So these stairs were never really officially on the city of St. Catharines radar. They weren't even on, they weren't on my radar, and I go to Port Dalhousie quite often. So we have a case where the stairs haven't been officially kind of looked at for a really long time. And now we're looking at it. And now there's a request to replace stairs, and I hear differing points of view from the community. Some people think the Macefield stairs are not worth replacing anymore. Other people think, you know, that we should be doing something else. And I do understand that we need to take a look at the risk. But I think in issues like this, we need some public consultation. I don't quite understand.
Councillor, you had a question that you wanted to ask first, because can you ask that question, because you're talking about the motion that's on the floor?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I think I have to turn my volume up because I'm just talking really loudly in my office and I can't hear you very well. I guess looking at this, is this in line with what staff would recommend? Because it is a closure, albeit temporary. It's not closing them all forever. It's a temporary closure to allow time to actually do a proper assessment.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, please.
Yeah. I'm going to ask, it's been a request to staff right now, just to clarify what's been asked, and then I'll go to point of order.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion that is on the screen here, staff would support it. A lot of this work has been initiated and aligns with our work plan as it currently sits.
Okay. Point of order for Councillor Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I want some clarification from the clerk. I specifically submitted an alternative motion that I would like to put up. And now we have another motion here. And what I was told by the clerk very clearly was, we cannot have an alternative motion until we vote on the staff recommendation and it is defeated. Yet
You're correct,
we'll do another motion.
Councillor
So,
Garcia, you're correct. The staff motion, I would have said has to go first.
okay, thank you.
Okay, go up to the staff motion then. Okay, so need a mover and a seconder. This motion can be amended, but need a mover and a seconder for this motion. Does anyone want to move it or no? If not, I guess that means it's defeated. Okay, seeing no one ready to move it, so this motion will now be taken off the floor because it'll be considered as defeated. Okay, Councillor Garcia, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would ask that staff put up the alternative motion that I sent
Up
in.
there, Councillor.
Okay. So if I can address that, And first of all, let me say, clarify to all of council that the staff has done a lot of work on this, and I'm not criticizing them. I've met with staff, with senior staff, several times, and been in constant communications with them. Obviously, safety is an issue for everybody, and you asked for a risk assessment, and we got it, and we have to look at it. But I have great sympathy for the people that spoke today, and for the many people that spoke to us back 2 years ago when we had to close the Macefield stairs because of the emergency waterfront repairs. And I cannot, in good conscience, support closing any of these accesses. So I'll go over my motion here. I'm saying that I would like council to retain and maintain Lake Ontario waterfront public access points in Port Dalhousie for the uses enjoyment of our city's residents. And this, I mean, city's residents, because this isn't just Port Dalhousie neighbors, but people come from all over, including the staircases at Simcoe Street and Graham Avenue that we have talked about. And then that staff report on what specific repairs can be made to existing infrastructure to improve safety and reduce risk of personal injury on all of the Port Dalhousie area connections to the lake. And that council authorize, as I'm agreeing with what they said, although Mr. O'Connor had a different comment, but that council authorized the seasonal closure of all existing staircases to the lake in Port Dalhousie area during the winter months in an appropriate manner. And this is on the assumption that we can't obviously maintain them, clean them in the winter. And then that a further review and analysis of the suitability of the landing areas at the lake, including public input, be carried out, and that staff continue to look at opportunities to improve public access to Lake Ontario through future capital budgets. And finally, I go back to my original motion that started all this and to what Ms. Meshke referred to, that the 2022 capital budget be amended to include the 200,000, which was the lowest estimate, for one new set of stairs at a suitable location to replace the Macefield stairs. So in other words, if they can't be at Macefield, then another place that is suitable. And I suggested, for example, that staff could look, when we met the last time, they could look at whether stairs could be put from the parquet at Bayview and Ann, although I don't know if that's too far for the people that use Macefield, so we would have to look at that. But, and I want to make one more comment about my discussion with staff, and that is that I discuss this regularly with staff, and once you asked for that report on risk assessment, they came back and they said, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to meet the date for the approval of the capital budget to have this before council. But they said, and I remember discussing that with the clerk, that if the report comes back later, you can always ask for an amendment to the capital budget in January. Now, we're a little bit late because the report was late, but that's essentially what I'm doing. So I'm hoping that council will support all this and that we can continue to maintain public access to the waterfront. We're so lucky to live on Lake Ontario, and it would just be a crime to reduce it rather than enhance it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. We're now going to go to staff since we've got a motion on the floor. Before anyone else speaks of council, staff will have an opportunity to address the motion. So either Director Martuccio, or we'll start with CAO Oaks.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of context here. So agreed, Councillor Garcia, we have, staff have been working through this process. This is all a combination of a variety of reports and requests. Just to clarify, staff is looking to, we don't want to take away all these access points. What we presented within the recommendation was, looking at the closure of certain stair points, access points along the lake shore that have some significant some issues with them. The key point that I want to reiterate with council, and then I'll defer to Mr. Martuccio, was the notion of looking for opportunities to improve public access. that was really, and that is intended to have more public consultation in terms of how we want to have those access points down into Lake Ontario. The only concern I have with the motion is it's predetermining the Macefield project, and that there may be other options that come out of public consultation. And we're not really, this doesn't provide us that opportunity to have additional public consultation for all of those access points. And that was really the intention of staff. It may not have been highlighted or brought forward in the report, but that was really part of it. So that, you know, my only point would be it's predetermining the Macefield stairs, and there may be other opportunities or other options that come out of consultation. Anthony, maybe I'll just throw it to you to provide a bit more context on the connection to the trail system and some other elements that we wanted to look at as well.
Thanks, Dave. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city is currently undertaking an active transportation master plan, which is going to look at opportunities of improving access for the public to all of our lakefront amenities, so that everybody has an opportunity to enjoy those amenities. The other thing I did want to highlight with regards to this motion is that I think there's some investigative and maintenance work that is required on the stairs at Simcoe and Graham, and they should, in our opinion, they should be temporarily closed until such repairs to ensure that the overall safety of those stairs is ensured for public use, is carried out. There's also want to highlight that there's multiple locations across the city that provide safer access to the public to our waterfront, and those do include our beaches. Those beaches have all the amenities to permit for safer access and are inspected and maintained by our staff on a regular basis.
And to our solicitor, Director Salter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just comment that as drafted, this motion indicates that the staircases would be closed only during the winter months, which I think will expire very soon. I believe it will be spring in March, which is basically a month away. I don't see it being possible that any complete steps will be taken to ensure that the staircases are safe by that time. My recommendation would be that these staircases, if they're going to be closed temporarily, the time frame would be that they remain closed until such time as we are able to undertake the necessary repairs to ensure that the staircases are safe for the use of the public, and that includes the landing areas of the staircases. That's the period of time during which they should remain closed, which would allow consultation and the other processes to occur.
Okay, so now we've heard from staff and Councillor Harris. It's 10 after 10, so if we can keep our comments tight.
Oh, I'll keep it quick. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning. You just mentioned something about a plan, like a trail plan or an access plan to the beaches. Would it not make sense to keep things open until you actually come up with a plan? Because I guess I'm looking back at history, and when we closed the Burgoyne pool, we were kind of under the impression there was going to be a new pool, so we kind of rushed to close that. So I'm just wondering if that's a possibility to keep these open. And the other thing I was looking for is in that motion, maybe Councillor Garcia can add it, there should be some sort of language about posting signage for the liability, like use at your own risk. And the third question would be is who's actually going to decide what's safe and what's not, and up to what standards? And I guess the last question would be, if we do decide to remove any of these stairs, actually put them back, or any sort of government regulations about putting stair accesses to lakes, would there be any environmental concerns with the stairs, existing stairs, grandfather that? So I don't know who wants to start, but
through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take the first stab at it. Hopefully I answer all your questions. The existing staircases that provide direct access to the lake and to the water, it's been identified, it's been identified in our risk assessment that there's concerns with regards to overall safety from both a physical standpoint as well as a signage standpoint. So until those deficiencies are remedied, it would be staff's recommendation that they are temporarily closed until they can be made safe.
Can I just cut you off quickly, Anthony?
Yeah,
can I just cut you off quickly? So if you're going to do that, when you're talking about signage and making it safe, can we put a time frame on that so it can actually happen before before summer? Is that like a possibility? Could you put it into your work plan if this motion's passed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we're going to undertake public consultation on the entire process, it's going to be.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking like still do public consultation, but for like this summer, like temporarily do the things that you need to make these things useful for people.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we could undertake the most immediate repairs in the next few months prior to the spring season, but until we gain access, right now, obviously we can't gain access because of the amount of snow that we have, but it would require us to undertake an assessment of the stairs from both a structural perspective, which would probably mean that we need to engage a structural engineer, and then we have to procure the work. So it would take a significant amount of time. I'm guessing anywhere from 4 to 6 months to undertake those immediate repairs and install signage. With regards to the active transportation piece that you mentioned, the active transportation piece is just an opportunity for staff to look at opportunities of connecting residents throughout the city with our waterfront amenities. It isn't to gain them access to the water. That's a separate study on its own. It's just to create that connection point from an active transportation perspective. And there's still outstanding studies that staff could carry out for investigating other opportunities along the lakefront in Port Dalhousie for providing future access through future capital budgets. With regards to any works that are undertaken in the lake, that any works that are undertaken in the water do require DFO approval.
Okay. So I guess back to my question, would it make sense to put some signage up, do the minor or the repairs that are needed to keep it safe? And then when you actually come up with these studies and stuff, then you might decide, well, you want to close these stairs because you have a better access or whatever. Like, would that not make sense? Because I do think back to Bruin Woods where we closed a pool because it wasn't accessible, but when we closed it, it actually became not accessible for everybody, and we don't have something that's replaced it there. So would that not make sense to keep it open until all these studies are done? Because these studies might take a year, 2 years, 3 years, and then you're going to lose all this access for people.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our recommendation would be that the stairs are temporarily closed until we can mitigate the risks that exist with these current access points to the city.
So perhaps we could put something, and I'll ask Councillor Garcia, like maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Engineering. Can we put like a time frame? We could go in there, do an assessment, like as soon as the snow melts, do an assessment, and then put it in the work plan so it's open by the end of May, kind of thing.
That would certainly be friendly, Mr. Mayor, and also adding, looking at signage, as Councillor Harris suggested.
That'll go back through the mayor to the Director of Plan or Director of Engineering. Does that sound reasonable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Could I also? Sorry, I was just saying, could I ask for another amendment besides that to the mover?
Just deal with
perhaps.
this
Okay, so go ahead.
We'll deal with one at a time, please.
I just want to go to bed. Okay, go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, completing the work prior to May, it will be a very aggressive timeline.
It's not impossible. It's aggressive, but not impossible.
So the intent here is not to put a firm timeline in, but a estimated
best case scenario. Estimated timeline, sure.
Right.
Yeah, through you,
then,
Mr. Mayor, we can work with that.
Okay.
The other amendment, I was going to see if it's friendly, perhaps the ward councillors can engage the community and see if they're interested in doing some sort of fundraising or lending some of their expertise to help out with the refurbishment of these staircases. Does that sound reasonable, Councillor Garcia?
Absolutely. Of course, there's no guarantee that we could come up with any
No,
funding.
like
but,
I'm not saying.
I'd be happy.
I'm not saying.
I'd be happy to try.
I'm just using Partridge Park. Perhaps there might be opportunities to fundraise. So
sure.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Director Martuccio, are you saying that every one of these sets of stairs are dangerous to use right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's been identified that there are risks to the city with the way that these stairs currently exist from both the physical standpoint and because we don't have proper maintenance and inspection protocols and because of the lack of signage. So there are unsafe conditions with all of these staircases, yes.
Well, lack of signage we can deal with very fast. So if I was to ask you, is there one set of stairs that could be used this summer in a safe fashion? What would you say?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the two staircases that do not lead directly to the water do not pose a great concern to the city from a liability perspective. The one at Graham and Simcoe are of concern.
Because I think it's important that we keep at least one or two of the staircases available for residents and indicate that as such. I can't believe these staircases have been in existence for what, 50 or 60 years and they're all ready to fall apart all the same spring. I mean, why have we not been repairing these things? But I think it's important for the residents to have at least one or two accesses to staircases this year. And to me, I agree with Councillor Garcia and Councillor Williamson that we need to put money into these things. And if we put 200,000 in this year and fix one, then next year we continue until that assessment's done and they're in good shape, because it is not only the Port Dalhousie residents that are using it. I know I have ward residents that enjoy going down to the lake. And I mean, it's just unheard of that a city who has water access, all of a sudden is pulling out stairways like that and saying, oh, sorry, we can't use them anymore. So over a long period of time, and I'm not saying it all has to be done in 2 or 3 years, but we need a plan to replace them and do it in a safe manner. But we also need to keep 1 or 2 of them open for this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we don't have too much time. I got a lot to say. First of all, I'd just like to express my gratitude to council for not supporting the recommendation that was on the floor, which is about closing the staircases. I think we listened to the 3 presenters tonight. We've seen the emails. There's been no differing opinions that I've heard of at all. It's all about wanting to maintain, if not improve, access to the stairs. So I'm in favor, and I work with Councillor Garcia, and I worked together on this. We met with staff as well. What we're looking for is what Ms. Meshke said. We want this to be brought to a reasonable standard. We're not going to have 2022 standards here. These are 60-year-old stairs, but that doesn't. If we had to do that with every piece of infrastructure, every facility in the city, we'd be closing half of them down or spending billions of dollars. It's just not practical. Let's be reasonable. Let's do the fixes that need to be done, but we can't expect them to completely change. They've been very useful. So I could go on. I'll do know one fact, though, that the cost of the removal hasn't been included in here as far as I can tell. So we can take the money that would have been put towards the removal, which is this destructive action in my view, and put it towards a constructive pursuit and to keep the stairs. And this doesn't have to be super expensive. It gets expensive when we're going to completely replace Macefield, but anyway, I support the motion that's on the floor. And I think we do need to continue to have discussions with the community, but I do think that they have pretty much clearly expressed their opinion, and it's not just in Port Dalhousie ward, as people have said, that people feel this way, that we want to maintain our access. And I don't see other locations where we're going to do it anywhere close to this. So I support the motion, and I thank council for supporting us.
I also believe you seconded the motion, Councillor. just to be clear, you're seconding the motion.
Definitely am, yeah.
Councillor Dodge, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple comments. I'm certainly very supportive of this. I agree that we need as much lakefront access as we can get. And in speaking to that, I actually spoke to both councillors this afternoon from this ward. And in the one line, it just makes reference to the land about access to Lake Ontario. And I was just wondering if we could be a little more specific as a friendly amendment that also Port Weller East would be included in looking at that, where we have that one particular access that just came back to the city, where we could be looking at putting stairs in there as well. So that part of the city could be helped, maybe take some of the pressure off going to Port Dalhousie and using that access. So I hope that would be considered friendly.
So add the words including Port Weller East access.
Yes, please.
Okay. Councillor Garcia, you're in agreement?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's friendly. And just a procedural question, since we only have a few minutes. Can I call the question? I know that you said
You
you're
already
not.
spoke. You can't call a question. Only someone who hasn't spoken can call a question. You already spoke.
I just have a point of order to, or there's no the one amendment, the friendly amendment I asked for, so not a timeline, but like an estimate. I don't see it actually in there. To be directed an assessment as quickly as possible.
Quickly as possible.
Prior to the summer season, does that? But that doesn't actually sound perform assessment and repairs as soon as possible.
Okay.
That's more or less.
I imagine you'd be happy with that.
Yes.
All right, Councillor Dodge, you finished?
Oops. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm finished.
Councillor Porter, so we still have four more speakers. We can get through it.
Thank you. So there's no budget for the repairs of the stairs, and also can we vote on the 2022 capital budget be amended to include $200,000? Like, is this asking for an additional brand new staircase to be built somewhere at this point, and us reopening the 2022 budget to do that after we rated reserves to try and keep taxes low, and we deferred several incredibly important capital projects?
So Director Douglas, do you want to take a?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Staff did, when this motion came forward today, we did have a look, and in order to accommodate the adding of the $200,000 for this particular stairs, we would have to look at deferring a couple of other capital projects in order to include those, because we need a funding source for this works. So staff looked at potentially there's Martindale Pond Weir replacement, and so we could look at that. The other one would be a portion of some shoreline protection work, but it wouldn't provide the full 200, so we would still need some dollars from that. Staff also looked at the works of Lockhart Point, the old Lock 1 works, and that's $100,000. So that work could be deferred by a year in order to, and that would fund a portion of that. So staff can come back if this does get approved tonight with this, or council can, because I want to be mindful of the time that we have here. The other option would be is that using 2022 to do the assessment and the location of a stair low location and doing the design work in 2022. And there are dollars that would be available for that, and then include the actual capital works in 2023. So that might be a more palatable option for council to consider.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to build on that, the other point that we need to take into consideration is if the intention is to keep every stairway open, their staff was looking at, I believe, 2 out of the 5 within our existing work plan to be able to manage the work and the rehabilitation and et cetera. So there may be some challenges to do that. So we may have to defer some other types of operation type projects in order to accommodate all the stairways. If that's the will of council, that's fine, but just make the point that we may have to not do something else.
I'm going to ask if we can vote on that part separately. I have spent the last month or maybe 3 weeks dealing with snow issues, snow removal. I've been fighting to get bike lanes, and I really think we would need capital investment as we develop our active transportation plan and create bike lanes. There's a huge number of priorities in addition to this, and I don't like making this decision tonight to reopen and defer other projects. I don't think that's fair to ask us to do that.
Okay, so we'll have a split of the motion, Evan, when we get there. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. I guess my question has to do with risk and liability. And I'm all for keeping as much access to the lake open as possible, but I'm concerned about, I guess, the city solicitor. How does this impact our risk and liability for people utilizing the stairs? Because I don't know that we can guarantee that fit, active people are the only ones who are going to use the stairs. And perhaps people who are unfamiliar with the area or tourists to the area, utilizing the stairs. So I guess that's my question about risk and liability when it comes to keeping all of the stairs open.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we know the stairs are in poor condition. So there's risk related to the stairs themselves. We know that some of the stairs lead to hazardous areas, which also adds an element of risk. Keeping the stairs open means we have not done anything to mitigate that risk. We have the risk now. I mean, the stairs are there and they have been apparently for a very, very long time and have probably been in poor condition for some time. Probably a more recent change with respect to the landing area as a result of the shoreline protection. So we have this exposure to liability. If we keep the stairs open, we have not done anything to mitigate that risk. As we do things to mitigate the risk, which would include doing repairs, for example, to the stairs, I mean, we will reduce the exposure to liability. Signage in and of itself will not have any meaningful impact with respect to the exposure when you have an asset that is in disrepair. Certainly add signage, maybe it'll keep some people from using the stairs, which then nobody gets injured, but it's not going to probably help you terribly if you do have an incident on the stairs. So it's not, what's proposed right now isn't increasing our exposure to liability, but it's not really mitigating it immediately.
Okay, so just to clarify that signage doesn't mitigate it's not going to do what would the signage do exactly?
For you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, my opinion, very little. Other than, I mean, if you do warn people that the stairs are in poor condition and there's a risk of serious injury, maybe some people won't use the stairs. So in that sense, you have redirected people and you've reduced your risk of injury in that way. But if people choose to use the stairs, that signage may not be
sufficient to meaningfully reduce what our exposure is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think ultimately, I mean, nobody wants to see all of the stairs closed. I really appreciated some of the comments that the presenters made today, talking about, you know, accessibility, equity, that, you know, just trying to provide a lot of spaces for people, and I really appreciate all of that. So I think the way some of this is really, I agree with a lot of this, but we really need, what I'd like to see, because again, you know, we've got Macefield Stairs here, and I cannot support something that goes to a Boulder Beach. I think it just doesn't make any sense for us to be talking about those stairs. What I really like to see is community engagement here, where we talk to the residents. Let's come up with maybe the 2 or 3 top stairs. Let's really invest in those stairs. Let's put maintenance dollars in the future budgets to ensure that we're not in a position like we are now. If there's some stairs that maybe folks didn't know about because some people were maybe using them a little bit private, is what we've heard, then that's going to stop, and let's all come together. But this $200,000 for Macefield Stairs is or just building a new set of stairs. We don't even know how much that would cost. We don't know where it is. We've spent months on the capital budget, and I can appreciate that everybody wants to get this done now. I just don't think it's responsible of us to do that. We spent months on the capital, on the budgets, and I can't support that clause. The rest, fantastic work. Let's work with the community. Let's really get some stairs done, and happy to support that, but I cannot support the last part of that. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Miller.
Yeah, just one thing I didn't think was really touched on enough in the report that I had a question about was accessibility. It's sort of mentioned in passing almost a couple times. What is our responsibility, specifically through AODA, to make this these accessible, or does having an accessible access, you know, at Lakeside let us off the hook for having these be accessible, or where's our responsibility there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did go to the Accessibility Committee for their input on the proposed designs. They recognized that based on the site conditions, that accessibility was not going to be able to get achieved here. That is why we provide accessibility at the beaches through the moving mats. So they do recognize that in certain situations where just because of site conditions, accessibility is sometimes not an option. However, the city does strive to provide access to people of all mobilities and all different physical abilities.
Okay, I guess this one's tough for me. Obviously, my father is a civil litigation lawyer. I'm pretty sympathetic to the risks involved, especially now that we've opened Pandora's box. But I think on the other side, we've acknowledged now that we've basically neglected these things and kind of been derelict in our duty to them for decades. It's not us, and it's not anyone on staff now. And so while I'm definitely sympathetic to having to shift the budget around a bit and maybe defer a couple other projects. I mean, in my opinion, these stairs have been deferred for a long time now. And I think now that we know about it, we have a responsibility to do something about it. So with the knowledge too, that of course, you know, that can change. We haven't spent the $200,000 yet. So we'll see when these reports come back, these inspections come back, what the costs are going to be. But I'm in support of this motion. Look forward to continuing work on providing access to the water.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we have here are historical amenities that have been well used and that are continued to be well used. And I think we have a responsibility when we have amenities of that type to make sure that they continue. And when I look at the last part of the motion, it doesn't refer to replacing the Macefield stairs where they are. It refers to a suitable location to replace them. So that's very clear. I'm comfortable with it. With respect to risk, if we put up signage, I think that mitigates somewhat our risk, because in our ward, we have a lot of unopened road allowances. And what do they have? they have signs, use at your own risk. And I know a lot of people, when they see that sign, they won't use it. So I'm very comfortable with all aspects of the motion. Thank you.
Well summarized, Councillor Kushner. Question to Councillor Kushner: in 45 years of council, have you ever talked about these stairs previously?
Yes.
I guess nothing got repaired back then, did they?
Well, it's very easy, Mr. Mayor, to criticize past councils, but we did have other priorities. For example, 40 years ago, we had half of West St. Catharines flooding because of inadequate sewers. So we did things that didn't have a lot of sex appeal, but they're very necessary. And now we can do things that we have forgotten about or we've neglected for the past several years. Thank you.
I think we say curb appeal now. Just as an FYI, curb appeal. Okay. Looking at the time, we got to do another, whatever you call it, curfew. So motion to go to curfew, be, I guess, another motion to 11 o'clock. Councillor Miller, second by Councillor Townsend. All in favor of this curfew? And if someone says no, then it just, then when meeting ends right now. So is anyone saying no to the curfew?
No.
Who just said no? Oh, Councillor Porter. Okay, Councillor, to the city clerk, what do we do here?
Can we just vote on this quickly?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we've been talking about this after 10:30.
I'm going to the clerk. Can't I do that?
We do have in your procedures, it does say we need a motion after 10:30. But we do need to pass bylaws tonight.
Okay, so let's do these
So
and bylaws.
I think we should
and
do this
bylaws.
motion and bylaws and then move forward the rest of the agenda, if that makes sense to council.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, so let's have a recorded vote on this one.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may make a point of clarification before we vote on the motion.
No, we're voting on the first one. It's the split vote, so we're going to vote on that one first. Do you want to clarify that or no?
The bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want to clarify. Something that Councillor Littleton said, just in terms of where did the $200,000 came from. We had a detailed report to council from Director Martuccio and his staff, identifying all the alternatives to replace those stairs. And as Ms. Meshke said, the $200,000 was the least expensive alternative. But
Okay, I'm going to stop you, Counselor. I remember the report, but it was the least expensive, and there were other things that were listed there. So what I'm questioning is whether it can actually be done for 200,000. So thank you.
We just have to trust our staff, I guess. Thank you.
That would be wise. Yeah.
So.
Okay.
So I'll
Vote
call the
on the
roll.
highlight.
Okay. Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
I'm sorry, is this for the first part or the second?
Second, the highlighted.
Okay, thank you. No.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Sorrento. Councillor
Sorry,
Sorrento.
no, I had to unmute. No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Oh, I said yes. Now to the remainder.
And that carries. And on the remainder of the motion, Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Littleton,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, let's go to, so for staff reports, if you just want to submit staff reports, requests, we had a whole bunch. So let's get the bylaws out of the way first. So if we can do bylaws, get those done. Councillor Garcia, your community benefits one's going to be moved to the next meeting of council.
Okay, I understand that, Mr. Mayor. That's
Reading of the bylaws motion on council agenda A through W, save and accept Q, be read a first time, considered and passed. They be signed and executed by the mayor. Can I have a mover or seconder? Councillor Dodge, second by Councillor Townsend. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And anything else germane in terms of the reports? We do have a number of report requests that have come in because of the cannabis meeting as well. Could we get those in writing from the council members, get them to the CAO and the clerk as to what you're hoping to get out of the staff report, and we'll just ratify them at the next meeting of council, which is in 2 weeks' time. I don't think there's anything pressing. I think we can get the staff reports at that point in time and then move forward on it. Okay,
Correct.
Is there anything else? Okay, motion to adjourn. Councillor McPherson, second by Councillor Phillips, all in favor? That is carried. Happy Valentine's Day. At least it wasn't a bloody Valentine.